My journey so far has been filled with challenges, growth, and incredible moments that have shaped who I am today. This has been such an incredible adventure, full of unexpected twists and amazing discoveries.
Welcome, my viewers. Thank you very much for tuning in. I want to appreciate you all specially. I want you all to know that there will be no sparks and stories by Kawe without you people. You've been with me from the onset up till now. You are my top viewers, and I really, really appreciate you people. Without you, I reiterate, there is no sparks and stories by Kawe, and I do not take you for granted. I really, really do appreciate you all. You are well appreciated. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you so much. And that's a high five for you all. Thank you. So you all are my viewers, and over time I do engage and get some review comments from you people. I get review comments in my inbox. I get review comments from people speaking to me one-on-one on key expectations from my videos, key expectations on how some characters ended up, how they would have appreciated the characters actually ended up, the video quality, voice quality, story quality, storyline, and a lot of comments from you people. I do not take it for granted. And I'll be running us through all the comments from our top viewers, from our top fans, so we all look at it. And don't forget, if you have more comments, please do feel free to share, do feel free to drop in your comments. I'll still attend to them. It's an improvement point for me. It's been a learning curve for me from the onset of this journey till now. It's been a journey. I have some videos, and I'm going to run you people through, starting from my first video till date. That's why I said it's been a journey. So I want us to see the improvement points that have happened so far. So I have this talent of telling story, and over time YouTube have veiled me the platform to tell my story, and I have held on to that and have always told my stories. And of course, YouTube fans have always listened, have always given your feedback, and that is why I really do appreciate you people. And I'll be talking about your feedback, your comments, and your key expectations today. Of course, these videos have emerged over time. There have been areas of improvements, like I said. So I'll be starting from my first video to the last, which I have currently. So my first video the theme was centered on the sun will shine on those standing before it shines on those sitting. So particularly this video was inspired by my mom, who always kept telling us about making hay while the sun shines, taking destiny, doing your own part in destiny, and not just leaving everything to chance, leaving everything to destiny, or just talking carelessly that, oh, it is well, what will be, just giving up on life. You have to push for it, you have to grab it, like some people will definitely say. It's kind of, that's familiar with you, right? Fine. Yes, so some people will say you have to grab it, so you have to push forward, you have to launch forward in life. And so that's what the sun will shine on those standing before it shines on those sitting centers on. So this talks about the storyline, marks this theme with two characters, two princes, and a throne. So we had a king there who wanted to hand over a throne to one of the two princes, while one of the prince just sat back, believing that what would be. After all, he had what it took to be a king. He was eloquent, he was handsome, he was loved, he was a prince, and by virtue of being a prince, the next thing he could attain was being a king. While he dwelt in his reality, we had another prince that took the bull by the horn. He stood up for his people. When there was drought, he stood up for his people. He made sure that He helped them in times of famine. He made sure that he stood up for them. He made sure that he was there for them. And what happened? What did we see happen? The people began to sing his praises. People became endeared to him. The people loved him. The people wanted to be around him. The people wanted to be with him. The people saw him as part of them. And what better way do you have to be a ruler than to be? Who are you even ruling? You are ruling your people. You are, as the best teacher is he that does not teach, because you lead by example. People are able to follow you. People are able to move on with your leadership, because you are just doing what you expect them to do, and they are following you. They are watching you. They are silent watchers. Even in our family, when we have people with personalities that we look onto, our parents, our senior ones. And so what they do kind of shapes our mindset, and defines for us who those role models should actually be, with or without us knowing. So that is it. So everybody began to sing his song, everybody began to project that particular praise. And of course, the king wasn't deaf, he could hear all these silent whispers. And on the day of the coronation, the sun shone on the other prince, the prince that had done, that did not just sit back and let his princeship define him, but actually put in some work, put in some effort in order to achieve destiny. And so that is what that particular movie centers on, taking hold of destiny and not just sitting down. There's something that my it says that I planted, Apollos watered, only God gave the increase. But there should be that planting, there should be that watering from Apollos before God will give the increase. And also, there's also something else I would like to draw our attention to, is this Yoruba adage that talks about Yoruba is a tribe in Nigeria, from where I come from. So it talks about a child that raises his hands. So it's easier to carry a child whose hands are raised. It's very easy to carry such a child in your hands and behold the newborn, behold the beauty of creation. But when the child has his hands down, you want to carry that child. It's actually difficult to carry that child. So we see when we don't even apply effort, when we don't even push forward, when we don't even encourage our helpers, it becomes very difficult for them to even help us. We make them helpless. They are unable to actually help us, even when they want to help us. We are now leaving them to actually go extra miles in order to help us, and that might not always be achievable, that might not always be feasible, because these people who have their own challenges, they have things they are dealing with, they also need helpers. So every helper needs a helper. I don't actually believe in that school of thought of being self-made, because somebody actually reached out to you, somebody offered that hand of help to you, even if you made sure that you raised your hands, you were standing before the sun shone on you, but the sun did shine on you, and it was somebody that inspired that sunlight. And we must appreciate such people, and we must not frustrate them. So that is what that particular story talks about. And for the tools I used, I started with Animaker. Animaker was my first tool that I used. I don't even for something dollars, I think $48. It was quite expensive for me, especially since I hadn't monetized. Yeah, so it was like starting up big, starting up expensive, and I wanted this perfection. So I had my story, I had my team, I keyed it in. I wanted Animaker to generate images, generate the video for me, and it did. Yeah, it did. But I kept tweaking and tweaking and tweaking, thinking that it was once you pay for a 1 month subscription, that is it. That was my first ever experience. So I paid for it. I actually started that video then, but to my surprise, when I did some redo, I saw that my credit was gone. It was, and the video, if you look at it, it's not more than, it's not more than a 3 minutes video. It's not even up to 8, if I'm not mistaken, but not more than a 3 minute video, about 3 minutes video. And $48 for a first timer who had even earned, who was just starting up in YouTube. So if I was going to do a 1 hour, if I was going to do a 2 hours, if I was going to do something significant in terms of time, in terms of more of storytelling, the frequency. So how much was I going to give in, and how much was I going to gain in the long run, so I don't keep running on a loss. For every even though it's a passion which I have, I tell stories, but I don't want to tell it at a loss of my income, at a loss of even maintaining myself, because I'll be sponsoring a life I cannot afford. So it was a strong concern for me that $48 just gone for a 3 minutes video. It was a great shock for me. So I learned my lesson there. I began to research. So I want to also encourage you, my viewers, as many of you have this talent or have some other talents that want to explore the YouTube space. Start. Don't keep procrastinating. Remember, the sun will shine on those standing before it shines on those sitting. So start. Just start up something and the sun will shine on you. As you start up something, as you progress, you're going to see yourself improving, learning new things, learning things you never knew about. And that is what is called growth. But if you sit back and keep waiting for that right time, there's never going to be a right time. I assure you, there's never going to be a right time. So I want you to hit that button and start watching. So if in case you want to see more of this, please go to Sparks and Stories by Kawem. The and is a symbol and. Sparks and Stories by Kawem, Kawem. So please go there, check for my movie, check for that very first. You're going to see it. You can watch it, you can appreciate it. You can appreciate it. It's actually a very short, inspirational, motivational movie, and it's going to give you what highlights on what you expect from actual storytelling. That's if you're going into it. And if it's just for the learning, if it's just for watching, I'm sure it's going to entertain you. It's going to inspire something in you that makes you realize that intellect cannot outweigh efforts. You still have to give in a little bit. You still have to give in something to activate what actually belongs to you. People can also dwell on luck. Yeah, luck is possible, but you have to be positioned at all times in order to get that luck activated, in order to get that luck realized. So that is what that story talks about. And so I would like us to also, we can still come back to this, yeah, sure, because there are many, many things to talk about there. So I didn't have to bother about generating images, I didn't have to bother about voice prompts. What I did was summarize my story, my key expectations, my team, and Animaker gave me that video, yes. And I kept tweaking till I got what I actually wanted. But then it was at the cost of $48. I don't know if that is feasible for some people, but that is it. And I'm being honest with you and giving you a very honest view of my journey so far. So for those of you that actually want to go in now, this is me being there, this is me being very open to you. This is me being very transparent on my journey so far. So stay tuned and keep watching. So my second movie in the course of my journey happens to be Medusa. So the title was The Night Spirits of Kokoma. The theme was centered on Medusa. Now we know Medusa. So the second story, like I told you, was on Medusa. So Medusa, we all know. We all know her when we look at Greek mythologies. Now, Medusa had the real story of Medusa is centered around a very pretty goddess, something about her falling in love and not being loved back, and some stories that I read, she was scorned at some point, I think raped at some point, and then cursed to have that, so that her hair became serpent, and so she was isolated somewhere. And so anybody that came in contact with Medusa, anybody that stared into Medusa's eyes, became stone. Her hair became serpent. And so that created a scary image of Medusa. But I learned she was a pleasant if she was pleasant before all these things happened to her. But my story actually picked out the aspect of she being a spirit of stone, a spirit of fire and stone, a no nonsense spirit, somebody you didn't want to encounter because you didn't want to encounter Medusa. It took a very powerful, it took a warrior, somebody who had to defend a princess with such passion to come around, and many warriors were wasted in that journey from what I know, and or from what I heard, from the version I heard, and in the long run, her head was cut off. All the people that stared at her or had encounter with her in the course of the battle all turned to stone. So she's a goddess, or she was a goddess of fire and stone. You didn't want to stare into Medusa. You didn't want to come in contact with Medusa. And so when I thought about it, I said, how do I bring this into an African culture? How do I talk about the night spirits of Kokoma and bring out Medusa, bring out a tint of Medusa in this, and that bordered on creativity. And so rather than going in the African tale and bringing out just African, I decided to bring in African, but with Medusa as the fighter now, as that image that's a protective spirit now for the village. So in Medusa, the night spirits of Kokoma, the theme was centered on Medusa, the protective spirit. We had a god, Apara, that sent Medusa down to the people of Kokoma to protect them from bandits that had ravished their kingdom, that had kept stealing and stealing everything, stealing their essence. And so Medusa was sent in as a trusted person to come and protect these people. So she did that well. Everybody knew that by 9 p.m. it was a curfew. You didn't want to come out because of Medusa, and you didn't want to come in contact with Medusa because that was going to be terrible for you. So everybody respected that curfew. Everybody stayed away from that particular, stayed away in the night from coming out in the night because of the guardian angel Medusa. And so that still brings out the African culture in us, the spirits guiding the nation. Some will call it fetish, some will call it being imaginary, but I call it being creative, yeah. Being creative about my African culture, and having a blend of other cultures, bringing in a spirit, not to another culture, brick, and now giving it that tint of African. So I encourage you, my viewers, if you've not watched it, please go in and watch it. Watch it, tune into Sparks and Stories by Karen. The and is a symbol and watch this particular movie. It's very, very interesting. And so the story for this movie was centered on a young girl, Jessica, who was very, very who had a very, very inquisitive mindset, who didn't believe in fetish. She didn't believe in all these spiritual things. She didn't believe in all these African kind of tales, and don't do this, don't come out in the night, don't do that, don't do that, don't do that. She just believed in this, and it's very common with what we call the Gen Z generations. They are very inquisitive. They want to challenge the narrative. And that is what Jessica did. So, in my story, yes, I would say Jessica was a Gen Z, but she challenged the narrative. Every other person, the bloomers, every other person, they just stuck to that narrative. Don't come out in the night. By 9 p.m. there is a curfew, and the mother was actually a widow, and that was her only child. And she had given in her essence, everything about her to raise Jessica. And so Jessica was her all and all. Jessica was the reason why she was alive. Jessica was everything to her. So you can imagine when she was leaving and she handed over Jessica to her sister to look after Jessica while she went ahead to hunt for what they were going to use to survive, to pay her school fees and all the rest, because she now became the father and mother for Jessica, toiling day and night, aiming at ensuring that Jessica was fine and Jessica had all that she needs. all that she needed. And this actually speaks to the plight of a single mother. I know single mothers here can actually identify with the plight of Jessica's mother because of how she had to toil. Her name was Rita, how she had to toil, how she had to go to the market, leave her village, go to market, do all odds while still maintaining standards of morality. So that's kind of created that pressure more on her on getting other legit sources of income just to make ends meet, just to survive, just to be that woman that survived with pride, with dignity for her child. And yes, the story talks about her pouring her whole essence in her daughter, sharing that same thought and dignity to her daughter. So on that particular day, she was going to the market to go get some things that would also help to go make some sales. So she handed her daughter over to her sister, a 16-year-old daughter, to look after while she went out. So it wouldn't be only Jessica there. So you also will not condemn her or say, oh, okay, this is neglect of a parent. She had an adult person, an adult above 18, an adult person stay with a 16-year-old child. And 16-year-old, yeah, you can argue, yes, she's a minor, yes, but at least to that extent, she's a teenager and at least can still reason and appreciate culture if actually she wanted to, but she actually had a mindset of questioning culture because she did not believe in it. And her mother spoke to her with the essence of a mother: stay home, be good, be nice, and all that. And Jessica assured her that she would be all that before the mother left her. As soon as the mother turned her back, Jessica became Jessica. She became herself. As she became her doubting self, culture, to hell with culture. This is me, this is my person, this is me coming out for who I am. And so for that particular one, for in Jessica's case, she had an option of what to eat provided by her mom, yam and snail, and her mom told her, roast the yam before you roast the snail. Snail brings out water. And there's this Igbo adage that also says a snail actually thinks it is quenching the fire, but in that process, it is getting ready to be eaten. So that is what a snail does. When you put it in fire, it keeps bringing out water, bringing out water, bringing out water until it's done and ready to be consumed. So, but in this process, it's also quenching that fire. And if the fire is not hot enough, or you don't have another source to revitalize or bring back that fire when it's done, when it's gone, then you won't even have any fire again for your meal, and that is it. So you don't even want such for yourself. So at that point, when Jessica's mother left, she also doubted a simple instruction. That inquisitive nature, I would say Gen Z inquisitive nature. Gen Z's, I hail you, I appreciate you, or you are my top fans. I appreciate the fact that you're always very inquisitive and you always challenge the narrative. So back to my story. So Jessica challenged that narrative, and then she saw for herself that the elders are always, this mostly, or will I say always, right. What an elder sees sitting down, a child cannot see from even the tallest palm tree. So let us always pay attention to these elders. There is a reason why they are here before us. And there's a reason why they experience those things. It's so that they guide us, so that we don't learn or re-experience what they've experienced. It's actually to give us a soft landing, and we should appreciate it and just move on and move ahead with the lessons that they are passing on to us. They are passing on such lessons to us. It's called history, it's called whatever, but they are passing it on to us, and it's meant to improve our life and not make it worse. And it's also meant to guide us against making the same mistakes that they have made, that have become their experience. So we don't have make such mistakes and make that our experience. I mean, there are better things to experience. There are many, many, many things we can experience. So that when we experience this, we are now able to prevent the younger generations coming after us from. So I will don't pass on the same mistakes, right? I will pass on improvement opportunities to generations to come. And so Jessica tried this, and of course, the fire went out, and then she was left with her snail. And she was left with her snail. She was left with her. She was left with her snail. She was she was left with her yam, none done yet. So her Auntie Monica begged her, Jessica, please stay back. Let us share what I have with me. But Jessica said no, she wanted hers. So she stepped out. She sneaked out of the house and started her search for fire to come back and complete her own food and have her own food so that she'll be able to whatever, maybe tell her tales of, okay, mommy, I tried this out, it didn't work, I now believe you, yeah, yours is okay now. And I also explored, I went out by past 9 and nothing happened to me. I'm fine despite despite going out by past 9, everything is still fine with me. So maybe she wanted to tell that narrative too. But then let's see how it played out. So on stepping out, on stepping out, Jessica went to a neighbor's house. The neighbor could not give her fire. She didn't have. She had put out all her fire, and her last mask stick was also used. So Jessica decided to go across. It was past 9, don't forget, and the spirits, the night spirits of Kokoma, had started their guide. Had started guiding that village with the guardian angel, the fierce and fearful Medusa, the spirit of fire and stone. And so Jessica set out on her journey singing because she had a melodious voice. Maybe that song actually saved her because Medusa followed her. Medusa followed suit. I could have struck her immediately like instruction from Aparada. Anybody outside the kingdom by 9 p.m. should be struck dead. But Medusa actually followed her and saw to it that and saw her singing and everything. And yes, Medusa also confessed it to her that I would have struck you, but for your voice, there's something about that voice. That voice is melodious. That voice is very captivating. That voice held me back from doing anything nasty to you. And so that voice actually rendered me harmless. I couldn't do anything to you. So now let's negotiate because I'm just going to tell you clearly what played out there. Let's negotiate. Let me have this voice that would quell me, this voice that would quench my anger, quench my thirst for blood, quench my thirst to carry out my task immediately. Jessica was terrified. Now she now knew that the stories about the night spirits of Kokoma by 9 p.m. was actually true. So she was terrified, yes. So she actually agreed to everything that they were telling her, that Medusa offered her, and that was majorly an exchange of her voice. So Medusa gave her its own horrible voice of incoherent mutterings of a spirit. Church, 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 church. While Jessica surrendered her very melodious voice to her, and Medusa walked ahead happily, proudly, and gallantly and took Jessica's voice happily, and that was it. And so when she finally released Jessica, because that was done in the heat of the moment, in the dead of the night, with all the scare, a young girl being left with being encountering a spirit. In that scare, she agreed to anything. So she gave up that voice for her freedom, and that was the only option Medusa gave her, that okay, this is the only thing that will make me compromise and not carry out the instruction passed on to me to strike anybody seen outside by 9 p.m. This is something we saw Kokoma going to, because they had been afflicted by bandits over time, and this was their own escape route to make sure that bandits didn't keep coming over and over again to attack their town. So they went ahead to go into this agreement to make sure that bandits never came around again to attack their town. So we saw Jessica go into that. When she got home, her mom, she hid herself, crying and all that. Then her mom came back early in the morning, called her, called out her name as usual. And when she saw Jessica, she was like, "What is this?" Now, her looks had been clean. She wasn't, but she also gave up her looks. Sorry, her looks and her voice. She was now very ugly, like ugly, an ugly child. While Medusa became a beautiful Medusa. So the mother cried out, "What has happened to my child?" She argued with Auntie Monica. "I left this child in your care. What has happened? This is irresponsibility. You're an adult. You should have guarded her." But then she sneaked out. She couldn't have tailgated her, and she couldn't have searched for her in the dead of the night because I would have also put her at risk. And that's still something that my African people will say. If fire is burning you and it's burning your child, you will dust off that fire first before you remember you have a child beside you to dust off fire from. So I think that was what played out for Auntie Monica. When she noticed Jessica wasn't around, she could have chased after Jessica, but that spirit of self, what if I do this? I would also put myself in trouble. So let me also protect myself. I think that played out at that particular instant. And she did not go after Jessica. She rather stayed back home to protect herself. And so um, Rita, Jessica's mother, ran to the chief priest, the medicine, the chief priest of their time, and he tried his best. He tried to commune with the spirits, but at that time everything was blank. He couldn't hear from them. Everything was blank. Everything was blanked out from him. He couldn't see anything, and so they went back home with their fates. People mocked at Jessica, people laughed at her, people scorned at her at many occasions, and she was left to her fate. What else could she do? What else could she not do? What else could she do right? And what else could she not do? And so that was it. So Jessica stayed back there, was with the mom, even her friends laughed at her, made jest of her, and all the rest. But she kept her spirit high, she kept her spirit moving, she kept pushing forward in her spirit that someday something good, something happy will come her way. And so let's hope for her. So the story continued with Medusa still guarding this village. But one particular night when Jessica was awake with her mom, they heard the spirit singing. She now had a melodious voice. But Rita was fast in recognizing that this is Jessica's voice singing, but Jessica is here with me in the night, in the dead of the night. And there is nobody in Kokoma that steps out in the dead of the night because of fear of Medusa. And so there is no other culprit apart from Medusa herself, who is outside by this time and who has my child's voice, while my child mutters incoherent mutters like a spirit. Churchichon. So she was able to add 1+1 together. She ran to the native doctor, Okiri. Okiri also became very clear. So sometimes this also points out something that sometimes divinity might not be so clear, but with time it's still going to come out clear to you. Divinity might actually not be so clear the first time, but with time, with persistence, with effort, it's still going to come out clear with you with time. And so Okiri did some incantations. So summoned the elders, summoned Medusa, and confronted her. Medusa was furious, and that began a battle of spirits. They fought fiercely, and Medusa fought with fire and stone. Fire and stone releasing it, piercing through Okiri's body, hurting him bitterly, hurting him mercilessly. She spared nothing. There were incantations expected from spirits. When African spirits fight, there are always incantations. Incantations from Okiri to conquer Medusa, incantations from Medusa to conquer Okiri. Exchange of powers, clash of powers, Clash of the Titans, definitely. It was a fierce battle of who will emerge victorious. And one thing kept inspiring Okiri, a thought of the child, the struggle to ensure that a little child was set free. That was the only thing that inspired Okiri. Whereas Medusa was just inspired by pride. How dare a mere mortal um, win me in this battle? So hers was more of selfish. So along the line, in the course of the battle, Okiri reminded her of why she was even sought in the first place, and also threatened to report to the god Apara. You were sent here to protect us. How can you eat your own? How can you eat the people you were sent to protect? So at that point, at that point, Medusa became helpless. If she was reported to Akpara, Akpara was going to punish her for that. But she disobeyed. The instruction was hot, destroy anybody seen outside by past 9. But now she compromised. Yeah, happily she compromised. But then she went into a negotiation. So it's what you call in the modern day life what we call bribery and corruption. There's no other way you're going to explain this. It's just bribery and corruption. And so that is what she went into. That is clearly what she went into. And so that is what we don't what we condemn, bribery and corruption. If she wanted to spare Jessica, maybe using her own discretion, she could have also sought Apara and explained herself that, okay, I let this little girl leave because of XY reason, rather than just going all out and just um, going out for an exchange. Because she didn't release her because she wanted to release a young little girl. She released her because, okay, I can get from her and see as a spirit I should be honorable enough to keep to my words, get from her and then let her go. And that is what Medusa did. So being reminded of this, she feared what Apara would do to her. And at that point, she said, okay, let's go into a negotiation. Let's talk. Let's talk. Let me, let's talk. Let's talk. Um, let's talk. I actually sacrificed for this child. Okiri said, no, give back her voice, give back her essence, give back her looks. How can you take a child's looks? She can't even come out, people laugh at her, call her a monster. She can't even express herself, because if she opens her mouth, she also confirms to people that she's actually a monster with the incoherent mutters she is making. So you just taking her essence, and that is highly unacceptable. And that is what Okiri made sure Medusa understood. And so at that point, she consented. She now decided to give a last fight. Said, okay, get me all these items before dawn, before dusk. That was her last push to give a justification for why she would strike the child dead finally and just move on and close that chapter. But to her surprise, the whole villagers empathized with Rita, and that is where empathy comes in the community. Let us always help one another. Let us always rally around one another. Let's not see somebody suffering and just say it is well and walk past. Let us also try to reach out. Let us also try to help. In the corporate world, we call it corporate social responsibility. In our own individuals, for our own individual selves, we can just reach out. It doesn't hurt to help one another. That is what makes the world go round. And so people gathered together and they got all and even more than what Medusa demanded for. And so she had to set Jessica free. Rita was so happy. She ran home, embraced her child, and they were so happy. Now I'll get to the review points now. Well, some people actually some of my viewers gave me that feedback that they would have expected a better picture quality. I took that because when I developed that movie, that was my first time of using CapCut, and so I exported it in a 9:16 format. instead of a 16 by 9 format. And that was how all my pictures there were. And so when I got that correction from somebody, from a fan who reviewed my work before I went online, I went back to the video, I went back to the source. I tried to stretch the videos, I tried to edit the pictures, the images. And so I was able to come out with what you people can see there in that movie. It came out fine, but there could have also been improvements, but nothing at all is actually the worst part of it. And so I brought that out, expanded the views, expanded the pictures, and it still came out very fine. Please do check it out if you still have complaints about it, or you still feel it could have been better, or there are other areas of improvement on the picture quality or on the picture size or anything about it. Please let me know. I'm ready to take in as many review comments as possible. That will help me grow, that will help me improve on myself. Please let me know. And so that was it, and that is it, rather I will say. So also, I also got feedbacks like some of the songs there were long, where some people also liked it. So there was a kind of tie between people who felt it was long and music lovers who actually enjoyed that song. It was a song I composed, then gave it to a free AI tools to generate and put into tune for me. It's not something. It's not a song that. It's not a song that maybe I got from somebody else. It's my own virgin production. Yeah, and so I had two of those songs. I had the same weddings composed in two different forms for me, which I used in that movie, and you'll see it there, legitly there. So that was some of the feedback I got from my people that, oh, it's too long, it's too this. I also got a feedback on the use of Medusa. Medusa is Greek. Why are you using Medusa? You should actually, why can't you use an African spirit's name since it's African? I said, I want this blend. I want people in Greece to be able to say, what's to draw their interest, to captivate my audience, to captivate you watching. Say, what's happening? Why are we having Medusa in Africa? What's happening? What's it all about? That inquisitive nature is what I wanted to draw out from my audience so that they will go and engage. And if you've not engaged in that movie with the Medusa, the cause of Medusa, the night spirits of Kokoma, please go into Sparks and Stories by Karen and go and engage. The and is a symbol and. Please go there and engage further. You would enjoy it. So those were part of the feedbacks I got from people. The what would I call it? The name, yes. I got that feedback from people, and I really appreciate that. But that was a twist. That was actually a twist. That's actually intentional. That's actually an intentional twist. But let me have your comments. It's also an area, like I said, it's a journey for me. It's a way of improving myself. That's just it for me. So let me know your thoughts. Let me know what you feel. Let me hear from you also, my audience. That is also going to help me decide on what next to do and how better to improve on myself. So for the voice, I used 11 labs then. I used 11 labs. And for the voice of Medusa, I used my voice. I cloned my voice. So I paid for what version of 11 labs? But it was a paid version then to get that voice, the voice of Medusa, the voice of Ukiri, the general voice of the storyteller and everything. So got together my pictures. My pictures were from bing.com, and I gathered everything together and used the video editor, CapCut, and I generated my movie. It wasn't an easy journey for me, using all those prompts to get all those images, tying them together, getting the voice, cloning my own voice, getting everything, getting all the bits, all the bits and pieces together, just to come up with composing my song, getting free AI to help me. I can't really remember the AI tool again, forgive me. Maybe my next review I'll get that for you. So getting all that together, all in one piece, the music, the pictures, the voice, the everything in one piece. It wasn't easy for me, especially since the previous one was done with Animaker just with a prompt. This one wasn't just easy one for me, and that was the first time I was using CapCut. So there was a lot of learning to do, a lot of coming together to do, and I think I still achieved that. So if you have your comments, if you have your more reviews on what or even questions, maybe questions you have about this video generation and all the rest, please let me know. I'm very willing to share my thoughts and also engage further with my audience. So the next one I'll be taking is this. So I'll be taking the next story, which is on who did this to my children. Who did this to my children? So whichever way you look at it, there was a time I used the thumbnail. The thumbnail was the wrath of a mother, or the wrath of a woman, or wrath of the first wife. The wrath of the second wife. So the theme of that is centered on envy, strife, wickedness generally. So what happened? Let me give a brief of the story. So there was this man. His name was Oba. He met his first wife. He met his first wife in the university. His first wife's name was Titi, and he really loved her so much. They started their love from cradle. Titi was an orphan, so she had nobody to fall back on. She was raised in an orphanage, and so when she fell in love with Oba, she gave it her all in all. Oba became her all in all, her father, her mother, her sibling, and everything. So she gave out her heart and everything about its whole essence to Oba, and Oba reciprocated. Oba loved her. So at the end of their university education, they got married. Everybody was happy, friends were very happy. You know that kind of relationship when you see, okay, these people, campus lovers, they actually made it. You know how happy people are always, how excited people are always, how that becomes the talk of the town, how that becomes the news that should circulate for that moment, how that becomes the rave of the moment. So that was what happened in this case. So people talked about it and they were happy for them. They came for their wedding, celebrated and all that. But sometimes we plan and life offers us lemon. We must make lemonade out of them. So Oba and Titi, despite being in love, got married, and their love was tested for 15 whole years. There was no cry of a baby. And of course, friends started talking, neighbors started wagging their tongues, even the mother-in-law also got very apprehensive. And that was she didn't, in her own case, she didn't do it out of hate or spite. She did it out of impatience. That's talking about the mother-in-law. But for people generally, the society, some people are actually very sympathetic over people who haven't given birth for some time, for at least for a significant number of years. But you see, even in some instances, maybe when you have issues with people, you see them using that to spite you, or you see people asking you questions like, when are we also going to eat your rice? When are we also going to, things that they know you don't have control over. I know that also harms the well-being of the woman, of the couple. They go back in their quiet zone. They might laugh with you, they might smile with you at such moments, but they go back in their quiet zone to cry. So this continued, and at some point, Mama Oba actually snapped at her. I'm not your mother-in-law just to be smiling at you. I need children. I didn't give birth to Oba to end my lineage. Oba is my only child. How can he marry a barren woman that would obviously end my lineage? So that was what Mama Oba communicated to Titi on that fateful day. Titi was broken, she was shattered. This was one woman who she also loved, who she saw as her mother, who she gave her all. Of course, she didn't have her own mother, she didn't have somebody else she could run to. So that was her all in all, and now she was exposed to hearing such from her. And so Titi cried, and she went back to the only person that would hear her and actually solve her problem. And who is that? That is Almighty God. So she went to the sanctuary of God, she went to the church, she fell on her knees, and she sought God for her child. She sought God for She sought God to give her a child, and God honored her cry. God gave her a child, and God blessed her womb. And for the first time, her womb stirred up, and she conceived, yet unknown to her. So, but before then, after praying, Oba had already also gotten very weary, and in order to quench every kind of pressure coming from friends, coming from family, coming from neighbors, coming from his own mother, Oba succumbed and married another wife. Her name was Nike, a younger woman. Yes, you say, okay, she's younger, she's going to be fruitful. Nike was very beautiful, more beautiful than Titi, as a matter of fact. But Oba's love for Titi was unequaled. It was something that even childlessness could not break. And so that also angered Nike. And in the course of that, Mama Oba, feeling that she had betrayed Titi, at one point sought her forgiveness. She sought her. She came to meet her on one of those days in the quiet cool of an evening and apologized to her. And the two of them found peace. Because when you look at the character called Titi, she was a very forgiving, amiable, and lovable personality. And Mama Oba never wasted time in calling her her beloved daughter-in-law, somebody who she had found favor with and who she really loved so much, and who she was really ready to give up all and everything for. That was Titi for her. That's Titi for you. Somebody very amiable. Somebody. There are people like that in our society that we meet that are very lovable and very kind. You just love them. And in this case, she had every reason. Although that's also not a yardstick. This is a family that actually gave her a family. So she loved them dearly. She forgave Mama Oba, and the love between them returned. And so heaven smiled at her womb, and she discovered she was pregnant. She shared the good news, and everybody rejoiced with her. People were happy for her. They rejoiced, they were very happy with her. But, this is something that also projects what actually happens in homes where there are strife, where there is competition. People will say, okay, in some polygamous homes, you have peace, you have happiness. But do you really have genuine happiness when you strive for one key thing, which is love and affection, which is supremacy? Two captains cannot um, two captains cannot pilot a ship. Two captains also cannot pilot an airplane. So there has to be one person for each throne. There has to be one queen. So what happens in all this is that there is this main person who everybody strives for attention, strives for king, strives for attention, strives for supremacy, strives for the love and ultimate attention from, and that is the man. So that is what happens in polygamous homes, because all the women want to see that they are the favorites, they are the ones that can talk and be heard and be listened to and be favored and all the rest. Though there are claims of some exceptions where these wives mingle and peacefully cohabit. But like I said, there are claims. I don't know about them, but I know that from study, it's more of rivalry there. Even if they come out to pretend it, I mean, there are very, very significant number of people, even public figures, who have come out in the past to pretend and paint a very grim picture of polygamy. But in the long run, you see that it's something that actually projects that strife, that battle for supremacy. And where that is common, where that exists, peace is actually very absent. And so we see Nike very angry at the news that Titi is pregnant. To her, she feels displaced because actually knew that the primary motive of marrying her was because Titi was childless. While she was there yet to conceive, and while Titi was still there yet to conceive, she still saw the love and bond between Titi and Oba. And she felt that, okay, if I give this man this thing that he has always wanted for 15 good years of his life, and which his mother has always wanted for all her life, that will endear me to him, and I will break that yoke, I will break that bond between these two, and I'll become the favorite. Like I said, it's always more of battle for supremacy, battle for being the most favorite. But now this had eluded her, because in this at this time Titi was already pregnant now, and that meant being pregnant before her, which means Titi will give birth to the first child in that home. So it wasn't even a case of, okay, she is the first wife, so what? So she could have actually given birth to children. It was a case of, I am going to be displaced because my primary reason of coming to this place has been eroded. I'm not going to have that first child. I'm not also going to be do something that will make me the most favorite wife. And so she felt her world crumbling before her. She felt she had lost even before the battle had begun. And so to her, that was very, very unacceptable. That actually made her lose sleep for many nights. You see her you see her in the story being described as having a kind of hate or anger that was boiling hot as herbs. You can imagine how hot herbs are taken. I mean, we have some Yoruba people here who take agbo. There are some medications, some African herbal medications we take, and the potency of these most times are actually made more active when they are boiled. Now you can imagine somebody being described as somebody's anger, somebody's mood being described as that of a boiling heart. That's to show you the potency of her anger. That's to show you the harshness, the reality of her anger, the bitterness, that had engulfed her soul so much that she couldn't even hide herself, she couldn't even hide her feelings. She was very, 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 very angry. So as we were saying, so her anger was described as boiling hot like herbs. So this Nike found no peace again, hearing that her co-wife Titi was pregnant. She didn't even care. She didn't even consider that Titi was even came in before her, that Titi was the first wife, and so give her some, at least cut some slack for her. But you know that selfishness, that she that possessiveness, that okay, I came in here, I must achieve something, I must achieve this, I must achieve that, I must be the top person, no rival. That possessed her, which is common about, it's always like a battle of supremacy in polygamous homes. And so that's what we saw there, and that did not stop there. It didn't stop with the envy. So she still had her plans, she bettered her plans while Titi was working gloriously and thankfully with her pregnancy. Nike did not rest. She actually put her plan into action. She told Obahad, her husband, that she wanted to go and see her cousin at Ikorodu. So she went into the forest. She went to seek one woman who was feared by all, whose name caused shivers to anyone that heard about her. The woman's name was Arokbola. Arokbola, the native daughter of the Falala shrine. Arokbola, the woman who whoever encountered her or even heard her name feared, because she was nightmare. She was somebody you didn't want to encounter, but Nike was willing to take this risk, and she took it. She embarked on the mission. But that wasn't before something happened. as if God saw her heart and felt, oh, Nike is bitter and all that. God blessed her womb also with a child. But it didn't stop at that. Nike was still not happy that God had also answered her prayers and blessed her with a child, blessed her womb with a child. Her eyes were still on that of the first wife's child. This child will come in and be the first child. Why my child will come in and be the second child? Even without birthing her child, she has started that battle of supremacy again for her child. She had introduced that rivalry again into raising of children again. She had brought that polygamous spirit again into that. And so we see her, she didn't even rest. It wasn't even news to her. Every first time mother would be so excited and about having her baby, going shopping, doing baby showers. Please name it. And we have mothers around us, new moms, old moms. How was your first experience? But Nike's first experience was bettered with anger, bettered with envy, bettered with jealousy. She never rested on her oars. She just was restless. And so, like I said, she went to seek the ancient daughter of the Falala shrine, Aropola. And so she approached Aropola. By then, she was already about giving birth. So she approached Arokola. She was heavily pregnant. So Arokola told her, Arokola was clear about it. Arokola said, a mother who wishes death for another mother must be prepared herself to lose sleep forever. Imagine knowing that the consequences of your action will be that you have nightmares forever. That's when you close your eyes, you see that you are not sleeping, you are not resting, you are just not at peace, you are not at ease and everything. But Nike was willing to take she was willing to take her chances. She jumped at it. She didn't even care that, okay, I don't want this will harm me, this is not good for me. She just jumped at it. Okay, I'm ready, I want to pay the price. Yes, let me lose sleep, but this mission, let me accomplish it. There are people like that who are like, okay, no victor, no vanquished. If I don't eat, let nobody else eat. The crab mentality. The crab mentality where we see every crab stuck in a bowl, and when one tries to raise their head, the others pull that particular one back, and they are all stuck there. Nobody is living, nobody is progressing. So we see that kind of attitude in her, in what she did. She didn't turn her back. She said, yes, I accept that. She accepted that punishment, she accepted that curse upon her. And so with that, Arokola handed over to her the charm and told her and gave her the do's and don'ts. Add a little portion of this to her food, but slowly and surely, steadily, she will surely die. But just add it small, small, tintily, tintily. Just be adding it small, 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 small. As you're adding it, she'll be eating it. So, getting back home now, there's no other way Nike could have assessed Titi without coming down low, being the good person. And so she did that smartly. She told Titi, you are the senior wife, I am the junior wife. She called her Iyalemi. She knelt down, show her respect. And that is what people often say now, that kneeling down, being cautious in speech, being silent at rudeness or inappropriate attitudes towards you doesn't show respect. I think we need to have a clear definition of what respect is. If I was to ask you, my audience, that what is respect, because we see this idea, this title of respect causing chaos in homes, causing chaos in people's mindset, causing chaos in friendships. What do you call respect? If I respect you, I will respect your feelings. The one thing that hurts you, the one thing that you don't like, the one thing that you detest, I would not do that to you. I would not go out of my way to hold back key information that you seek, that is very, very important to you. I will not do things, I will not do things that I know that you will be displeased at. I will not lie or do any of those vices that I know that you have spelled out that is going to hurt you. And so, to me, that is respect. That is respect. Putting in the emotions of somebody first, learning it, and not hurting it. Because when you learn it and you don't go about trying to you are showing that's the highest level of respect. To me, it's better than coming around, kneeling down, showing excessive greetings. Not maybe when I step on your toes, you keep quiet, you smile when it's not even funny. I can even see that you are pretending, you are clearly pretending, because that step is painful and you're supposed to scream out, you're supposed to shout out, you're supposed to have a voice in that situation that I don't like this. Come on, I don't like this. But you just hold on. To me, that's not respect. But some people are cowed towards a total different definition of respect. But that is why I want you, my viewers, please drop it in the comments. What is your view of respect? Because I want to understand what Titi could have understood as respect by 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 accepting Nike's greetings, by accepting Nike's plays as the right thing, as respect, really. If I was in her shoes, I would have studied a level of body language from Nike. I mean, this is a second wife. She's coming there. Is she coming there? Why did she come there? She came there for the sole purpose of she wasn't having a child. That is Titi. So at the point where she conceived, she should have watched out that, okay, this woman who came in for this sole purpose, but I am the one achieving it now. What is her reaction? That is why we have to be vigilant as people. We don't have to treat things with kid gloves. We don't have to overlook things and watch things go out of hand. I think I should have mentioned it earlier that when on Nike's arrival, Mama Oba, who had initially grown weary of of who had initially grown weary of Titi, actually called her and apologized. Mama Oba apologized for shouting on her, for all the naggings and all those things. And truthfully, Mama Oba did not do all those things out of spite. It is because she was an old woman and Oba was her only child. She had waited for 5 years. She was scorned by people. But in this case, now she saw her legacy thin out. This is her only child, her only son, the only person that stands up and is called her lineage. And now we are being faced with a woman who hasn't produced a child to her. Yeah, marriage is not all about childbearing. It's companionship, it's everything, depending on how you agree with your spouse. But Mama Oba wasn't seeing it from that point of view at that particular time. But I'm glad that at some point she repented of her thoughts and she began to see Titi not just as a baby factory machine, but as a wife, as a companion to her son, as somebody whose presence, whose attitude, whose presence was unrivaled in the home. And that is when she came in that so quiet moment to apologize to Titi, and Titi forgave her. So back to what we were saying about Titi and Nike. That was a little deviation. So we're cutting back now to Titi and Nike saga. So Nike knelt down to serve her every meal, cleaned after her, did everything, told her, you are the senior wife, I'm the junior wife, I have more strength, let me do everything. Just go back, just go and rest, allow me do everything. And she was satisfied with that. She felt to her that was that was Titi, that was Nike being nice. And so she accepted that. And in every yam porridge, in every rice, in everything that she knelt down, smiling and giving her, she added that poison as Arokola had instructed her. Arokola had told her that this poison will snuff life out of Titi slowly and gradually and certainly. and she mustn't add too much lest she dies immediately, but just small, 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 and her strength will just be fading out and she will go gradually. And that is what Nike did. Nike did it smartly. And so at the point where Titi was going to give birth, yes, there was already circulation of all that poison. It had weakened her. It had tampered with her person. It had tampered with her body system. And so she cried, she cried, she cried. Oba tried to manage the situation and finally rushed her to the hospital. He rushed her to the hospital, and that was the delivery of the child. And so Nike had also taken permission that she was going somewhere. She didn't want to be around when life would be snuffed out of Titi. But she was sure and certain that Titi would die. She was also sure and certain that she would die with the child. She wasn't going to bet that child. But fate played another twist. The child was saved, but Titi died in the labor room. And so when the news was when the news was passed to Mama Oba, she screamed in the hospital. She cried, she cried, she cried. And in the midst of that and in the midst of the chaos, in the midst of the tears, in the midst of everything, that was when Titi surfaced. She surfaced in black. Black in our culture is synonymous with mourning. Even I think in many cultures, even in English culture, black is synonymous with mourning. So Nike surfaced in black cloth, ready and dripping of grief, ready for mourning. She was already prepared because she already knew that the deed had been done and that her senior wife was a done deal. So she already came prepared to mourn her. And that is what she did. So Mama Oba also couldn't find some peace at that moment. Immediately her eyes met Nike. She felt something sinister. She felt something dark. There's this saying, elderly people, they can sense, sense what is not right, what is not going on right. And it goes a long way. It comes from experience. It comes from age. Like they say, you cannot buy experience. So it comes from age, it comes from time, it comes from experience. So with time, they have learned all those things that about people, their gimmicks and all that. And that is why experience experience cannot be substituted. You can say you will read, you can say this, you can say that. Yes, you can read those books, but it doesn't compare, it doesn't add up to what experience can give you. Experience is hands-on. You are doing that thing. And so at the point where their eyes met, she felt something sinister, something dark about Nike. So after some time, they were ushered in to see the baby, and the baby cried. Everybody was crying. Nike was crying, yes, because she had to put up that front. She had turned to an actress, a Hollywood actress, a Bollywood actress, a Nollywood actress. So she put up that act as if okay, her senior wife died, the child is here, all those. She put up that gimmick. At the end of the day, after everything, Oba names the child Oluwanifemi, which means God loves me. God loves me. Almighty God loves me. And who wouldn't give that child that name? This was a child that they waited for 15 long years. This was a child that Titi sought for in the church. This was a child that was bettered amidst poison that was meant to terminate her life. Terminate its life and the life of its mother. But because of God's love for this child was preserved. The mother was the only one who the poison ravaged her system, and she could not make it. And so she felt bad. Nike felt that was one of her failed plans. She looked at that child. She looked at the child. It was hurting to her. It was something terrible to her. It was terrifying to her that that child had survived it. But then that is where God's supremacy comes in. She must have tried her best, but God had said no, that child must see the light of the day. That child must be better. That child must see the light of the day, in short. And so after everything, after some days, Nike fell into labor and she had her own child. So she actually, and she felt very happy holding her child in her hands. And so this is the irony, this is the ironical twist of life. You snuff out life from a mother. You feel she shouldn't experience such peace of motherhood even after 15 years of waiting. That is wickedness. After 15 years of waiting, you still felt she wasn't qualified to smile and hold a baby in her hands and be happy. And so that is who we have. That is who we have as Nike. So she named her child. They named her child. Her child was named Adesoji. And so after everything, it came again. Okay, they had to bury Titi. Mama Oba considered a lot of things. She suggested to Oba that Titi should be buried in Lagos, because typically people of that culture, Yoruba culture, most times they do not take back home. I think it's prevalent in Igbo culture to take back to the village, to the ancestral home, but Yorubas believe that everywhere they are is their ancestral home, so it doesn't really matter. They could as well just lay her to rest there. And so, but Oba protested. This particular woman was dear to his heart. This was the love of his youth, the wife of his youth, but pregnancy had played a trick on them. So the least he could do now was to take her to the hometown, where no matter what, your ancestral home is still your home. Even if you go to Canada, even if you go to US, even if you go to Lagos, even if you go to Abuja to hustle or to do some other things just to make ends meet, home is still home. Home is still home. Home, you're still going to come home. And so that is where we see Oba propose that Titi comes back home and is buried, so that he would feel that she never left. Anytime he goes back home, he's seeing her there. But in city, it might even be a rented apartment. So when the rent is done, you can't even do that. You can't even bury in there. It was just ideal for him to take her back to the ancestral home and have her close to him forever. That love, even death could not separate that love, because she was the wife of his youth. And so the burial day arrived. They all went home. Nike also had her plans. She was an actress, don't forget. So she actually did not also, she also had her plans that she would set in motion so that people will not suspect her. So at the time of the burial, Nike started her drama. Nike cried, she wailed, she rolled on the floor, she cried. Her tears were like war paints, just everywhere, scattered all over. People tried to hold her back, people talked to her, people cancelled her, but she was just very, very unsettled. To her, she wanted to prove a point that, oh, it was her senior wife that had died and that she was very caring about the whole thing. It hurt her deeply, and so she was doing all she could to make sure that her senior wife was she was in pain. In short, that was what she was communicating to people as she cried and rolled on the floor and did all that. She fell on the coffin, she did a lot of things. It was like a movie time for her, a time to prove her love for her dead senior wife. And so at some point Mama Oba noticed the acting, because to Mama Oba, she had lost people at that age. She was in her ripe old age. She had gone for burial. She had even buried her sisters, some of her relatives, even her husband, who she loved dearly. That's Papa, the father of Oba. So she had never seen that kind of theatrical grief. She had never seen that kind of grief, and it was described as theatrical grief because it was the kind of grief that came with acting, showing a lot of emotions, even though it wasn't deep down, showing emotions just to prove a point, showing emotions just to get people's buy-in, and not even just more like an outpour of your heart. When someone is really grieving, you are not really looking out for people to say sorry. You're just pouring out your heart. It's out of sympathy, out of empathy that people reach out and say sorry. But even in some instances, the heart, the body might remain quiet, but the heart is really grieving, because it's the heart that will grieve, it's the eyes that will shed the tears out of the pain and the abundance of the heart. Even in medical science, they will tell you that if someone is grieving and it's not it's just quiet, not expressing any emotions, that's very worrisome. They would always say that. But in Nike's case, hers was born out of acting. You actually can see some people concerned about certain things about you, reaching out even to you, saying congratulations, and when it's condolence, just expressing the moment with you. But you are able to see the chaff from the real deal, because you as a person has the spirit of discernment. You can readily tell that this is not genuine, this is coming from a place of, let me just do this so that people will not say this, and let me just do this so that people will not say I did not identify with the person, I did not come near that person. So the person, the principal is actually going to recognize such. And now we are talking about somebody as old as Mama Oba, an aged woman who had seen life, who had seen everything. So she was able to spot out that this is not ordinary. This is coming from a place of, oh, see me. Okay, since Titi wasn't buried in town, like I said, she couldn't have been buried in the house if it was rented. If it was theirs, yes, maybe she could have been buried there. But city burials most times are always in the burial grounds, where people buy space or even kind of immortalize their people with, depending on the price and everything. But this was home, and no matter what, everybody will always go home. There's always the base. This was the root. And so she kind of felt it that Nike was doing this so that the people at the home front, they say charity begins at home, so that people at the home front can actually testify and say, oh, when this happened, this woman was in pain, she was in shock, she expressed pain, she wasn't happy and all that. So it was a time for her to act and prove a point. It wasn't for her, it wasn't born out of, okay, I'm in pain because my co-wife is in pain and things like that. It was more like, oh, it's action time, act, start the movie. And so Mama Oba spotted it, and when she spotted it, she spoke out. She said, leave her, allow her, let us see. All this withholding her, I want to jump into the grave, people are drawing her, begging her and all that, so leave her. So when Nike was left, she ran to the grave side, tried to jump. She said no, she saw nobody was pursuing her again. So she fell by the side of the grave and cried and cried and wailed. I mean, that was a sure way to actually nip the bud, stop her from growing, nip her at that point so that she would stop all those shows she was going to. And only we don't know how far she could have gone in her show just to prove a point. So at that point, she fell by the graveside, started crying and everything, then ran off again into neighborhood, sat on the floor, was wailing and all the rest. These are all theatrical acts just to win the villagers' sympathy. Many times it's just like even when we have elections, it becomes more worrisome when you say, if the person even lost at home front. Like I said, charity begins at home. So people are going to ask, okay, what about his local government? What about his kindred men? What about his state? Did he lose there? Did he win there? And so sometimes we do have politicians who have actually won in their home, who are actually lost in their home front and still won. But I mean, that people always talk about it, that this person actually lost in his own state. He lost in his kindred men. It even tells a lot. Maybe when you have even household people and you also still lose within your, it's worrisome. So that was what Nike wanted to prove a point. So the people at the home front are able to testify that she was in pain, she mourned, she grieved and all that, so that she has their buying. And did she achieve that? Let's continue watching. But if you can, please go back to Sparks and Stories by Kawem. Just look out for that story. It's titled Who Did This to My Children. I've also used a thumbnail about the wrath of a woman. So it's basically about it. And you could also see something about a mother who feeds death to another woman should be prepared to lose sleep forever. And you see Nike actually say, I agree to that. That's from the prize, the Aropola, the native daughter of Falala Shrine, also told us. So just look out for that story and you can see more there. You can do more catch ups there. So back to what we were saying. After everything, in traditionally in many cultures, the old ones don't come to the burial ground itself to witness the actual burial of the younger person. So Mama Oba stayed inside and cried and mourned Titi, her beloved daughter-in-law, though she already had some feelings that she was murdered and that it wasn't a natural death. It wasn't a thing of, labor complications. This was handled spiritually. So this is African culture we are talking about. And yeah, in the real life, spiritual also controls the physical. So the next morning, while the sand on Titi's grave was still very fresh, monarch had barely dispersed, she reached out, she went to Oba's house and asked to take Oluwanifemi with her. Titi had just put, Nike had just put Soji to sleep. So she, in her normal usual acting, this boy is also my son. I now have two children. Allow me to bring him up. Allow me to take care of him like my own. Since I've lost my beloved co-wife, who I so much love, this will be an opportunity to express the love I couldn't express all the way for her in this child. But Mama Oba already had seen beneath. She has seen beyond that theatrical acting, and she insisted. She asked for the child. She asked for the child. At the point of still asking, Oba came in and tried to throw in his weight. He was the father of the child, and he wanted the child genuinely close to him. To him, that was a way of having Titi close to him, because Titi was Oluwanifemi was like Titi reborn to him. So, but that was very risky. Mama Oba also pointed that out to him. You always go on business trips, you leave the home front for this woman. So what becomes of a baby? A helpless baby in her arms. And from the background from which she was speaking, she already had it that, okay, if the mother who could help herself could not help herself, this is going to be a done deal. This is just going to be you knitting off everything just at that time, and that is just giving you that leeway just to go ahead and do what you want to do seamlessly without any battle. But yes, Mama Oba was prepared to at least throw in her weight and do something different to secure her grandchild's safety. So she reminded Oba of it. In a few days' time now, you'll be gone. Nika is also a new mom. How is she going to cope with two children without you? There are instances of little infants falling sick in the night where you have to handle emergencies and all that. Is Nika able to handle that? I know mothers do have twins and everything, but from the story we can see that there was no talk about domestic servants and all that. So even if they had, it was going to be silent, and it wasn't going to erase that motherly responsibility from her. So as a young woman, was she able to do that even for another person's child?
That's the big question. So even if she genuinely wanted to do that, as in was she able to balance up and do that, to show equal affection to her child and another woman's child? That's a big no for me. I don't know about you. Please drop your comments in the comment sections about what you feel about that. So Mama Oba kicked against it, presenting her case. But we all know that the background behind Mama Oba's actions were actually to take Oluwanifemi out of that battle space which had claimed his mother. And after pressing, Oba yielded and said, "Okay, Mama, you can have the child, you can keep the child, take care of the child. I trust you. You took care of me, so take care of the child." So Mama Oba was giving the child, while Nike and Oba returned to the city with Nike's child, of course, that's baby Soji. So years passed and Oluwanifemi grew up with Mama Oba in the village of Oduana, that's their birth village, playing, doing everything his age grade could do, and growing strong, waxing strong in strength, in wisdom, and even in looks. And so Oba kept pressing, because 10 years is not 10 days, kept pressing midway for his child, and at some point the pressing became so much. Mama Oba felt, oh, I have kept this child away from the father for so long a time, and he's asking and asking for the child. This child is now a child. He's no more so helpless. He can talk, he can speak, he can run, he can do everything. He can, you can't always be so protective over a child. If not, you're going to harm the development of the child. Everything the child needs, maybe to protect himself or to speak out for himself, he's going to run to you. So it's also advisable at times, though with guidance, with monitoring, with supervision, to allow these children explore on their own, discover life and explore on their own. That is why some parents also send their children to boarding house to explore life, to explore things for themselves and actually grow and develop. I mean, some parents do that. And it actually helps. It helps the child's independence. Though some children, even after such, they are still very heavily dependent on their parents, on their friends, on people when it comes to key things like decision making in life and all those. They still are very dependent. So, but that actually helps to mold. And if it can mold a majority, then you can as well say, okay, yeah, this is actually good. It can actually help, it can actually mold and all the rest. So that is that about that. So she decided to take Oluwanifemi back to his father, back to them in Lagos, which she did. So on the third day, Nike now, the actress Nike, she was so happy in quotes, you understand. So she received them, she welcomed them home, she hugged them. She was very happy. This outwardly, you could see her express happiness, but like Shakespeare will say, there is no art construction of the heart on the face. Yeah, I got to analyze that in some instances. You cannot see the heart by looking at the face, because the face is very deceptive. It can showcase a smile, but the heart is already boiling like bitter herbs. Borrow me that. So in this case, they went back. But as soon as Nike was away from sight, she could express herself. The old fury was reignited, because Oluwanifemi reminded her of Titi, somebody, her rival, somebody who she hated so much, somebody who she despised so much. The eyes, the look, the smile, everything was was like Titi reborn. So Oluwanifemi reminded Nike of Titi, her rival co-wife, who she had handled, that's taken care of, that's killed in the time past with the help of the native doctor Arapola. And she said to herself that she wasn't going to take this. She wasn't going to allow this. Then she already had 3 children. She already had Soji then. She had Bola, and she had another child. And so she had two male children. And so now Oluwanifemi was going to make them four children. Now, sorry, she had Soji, she had Bola, she had uh, Soji, she had Bola, and there was also a little boy again. Each one of them they just gave themselves few years gap. 10, Soji was 10 years old, just few days younger than Nifemi, just about a week or so younger than Oluwanifemi. Don't forget that he was born at the time um, where Titi's burial was still being planned for. So she was comfortable. She already had 3 children. Why was this person also going to come back now as the first child and come and dethrone her children, who were her life, who were everything she had worked for? So this person was coming back again. And at the moment Oba cited Oluwanifemi, the love rekindled. The love he had for Titi rekindled. Now, there was no mention of maybe Oba going to the village. He had a tight schedule, so there's also that possibility that he was writing. Even if he went to the village, but at that time, the child wasn't released to him. So there was something about Oluwanifemi being in his comfort zone, being in his house, being in his domain, and he knowing that, okay, Oluwanifemi is now going to sleep here. It's no more a case of visit and go. This is a case of come and stay. So he was very happy, and the more he expressed the happiness, the more it ignited Nike's anger and fury, more like affirming to her that this is going to be the child that will take out all that you've worked for and even the love of his father, and then it's going to harm your children and all that. So that was that. So the next thing we see here is we see we see Nike. We see Nike also reaching out, doing things that would make everybody believe that she had accepted Oluwanifemi. Whenever she took out her kids, and maybe they had family outing, she would buy more things, more ice cream for Oluwanifemi, and right there in front of Oba, she will project it that, okay, she wanted him to have the best. He had been away from them, so she wanted him to have the best that he had missed out all the while that he was in Udwana. And Oba was bought out in all these gimmicks. He believed her. He trusted her. He believed everything, every and all that she had said. And so that was it. Then what next happened? At the point where, before Mama Oba left, she made sure that Oluwanifemi was settled. He had started school. She took him to school the first day, made sure he was settled, and then it was time to go. Oluwanifemi cried as they parted ways, and Mama Oba told him to remain prayerful. Know how these elderly people could be prayerful. I'll also pray along with you and all the rest. And that was how they parted ways. So Mama Oba returned to the village, leaving Oluwanifemi with his dad and stepmom. So Nike continued to take care of him, and while the bonding with the father and the family was still ongoing, Oba was still there, and Oba was very impressed. He had peace, and so he went on his next trip. And so Oluwanifemi escorted Nike, or let's say actually followed to see his father off. And when the father left, he thought it was still business as usual. He called out to Nike, calling her mommy, mommy. But he got the first shocker of his life. Nike retorted and warned him, don't ever in your life call me mommy. If you want your mommy, she's in the grave. You can imagine an impressionable young 10-year-old boy being exposed to such hurtful talks. The mother was in the grave. If he wanted his mother, he should go to the grave and speak or be with his mother. That was very impressionable. She didn't stop at that. She now converted him to a full-time housemaid. It's okay for children to run domestic chores, but you could split it among his siblings. I think the youngest of Nike's child was 7 years old, so it's something that she could split within children But instead, she converted Nifemi full time to a maid. Oluwanifemi will do the house chores, even wash his siblings' clothes, do everything for them. And that was the kind that pleased Nike. And she didn't even stop at that. Okay, let me allow him do the chores, but I will, after that he can live his normal life. She didn't still stop at that. She wanted to render him totally useless, so she stopped him from schooling. He would come every day, he would come days and watch from the window and see his schoolmates, see children with their school bags and everything, and he will long for the day that he would also be privileged to go to school, to be like these children and also go to school. But that had eluded him. He rather faced, he would stay at the mirror, at the window, and see children and see all that. So that was his fate then. He had been stopped from schooling and all that. And Nike was happy about that. She didn't also stop at that. Nike resorted to starving him, making him go hungry. Imagine doing all the chores, even physical workers, that's laborers. They have this high need for food. You see them maybe during the break times. If you see them eat, especially in this part of the world, in my country, if you see them eat, they take swallow. If you see the heap, because they need to replace that energy. They are burning it up so fast. So we see Nick reduce him even to the state of, okay, I want you to naturally die, because that was literally what she was doing. Stopped him from something that will make him mentally develop or even look out. That's just separated him from the world, just be inside and be a maid. And aside being that maid, she also went ahead and starved him. You are not going to eat anything. Just continue working. No food for you. Just continue working. That was just what Nike was out for. And so Oluwanifemi continued. He did the house chores, he did everything. He continued working. That was just it. But it still did not please Nike. She still resorted to abuse, beating the child at every slightest thing. We saw instances where he broke a plate and she abused the living daylight of him, beat him up. She kept beating him, and he kept wailing, having bruises. But nobody dared come into that house. I'm speaking about the neighbors, to interfere. They rather heard from their house. And that still brings us to a big question. Why is it in the society that if things are going wrong, people find it very difficult to speak up? They would rather watch and say, oh, it's not my business. If I say now, it is my own case, it is my own matter that will come out, it is my own matter that will be in the spotlight. Let me just sit down at the background and watch things unfold, maybe by God's grace. Just leave things that we can naturally do to help each other. We now start calling on God to help us do those things. And yes, God helps us, but He's still going to, you still need that human element, that human effort, that human factor. So back to my story. People around heard all these cries, heard all these shouts, and they still kept quiet. They, I would say, denied the young boy of justice because they kept quiet. They didn't do anything about his pain, his tears, and everything. So he became that lone voice that would cry, that would be in pain, and nothing at all to help him, nothing at all to show for it. And so that was just who Oluwanifemi became. And so we further saw something else that we can actually draw from in this particular case. Oluwanifemi was always in pain and all that, but that wasn't without something. A neighbor, Mama Ophelia, actually heard this cry, and she wasn't like the other silent neighbors. So one of the days she saw Oluwanifemi limping, and she called out, "What is happening, my boy? Why are you limping? You have all these clothes to hang and spread and all the rest. Why are you limping?" before Oluwanifemi could answer, Nike already turned out his name, so that ended it. But Mama Ophelio did not stop at that. She paid Nike a visit. Of course, such visits don't end well. Nike, the first thing she said, mind your business, old woman. Why are you interfering? This is my space. Mind your business. This is my family. This is my home. I can do anything I feel like doing. I can act anyhow I want to act. In fact, who is this boy? My stepson. So why are you more Catholic than the Pope? Why are you caring more than me? I'm actually caring for him. I'm the one housing him and all the rest. So what's your problem? So it ended in an exchange. Trust women, they exchanged words. And Mama Ophelio left knowing that she had tried her best, but her best did not yield results. And so there was still a child there that was crying for help. There was still a child indoors that needed help. There was still a child indoors who help had eluded at the time. So Mama Ophelio went back with that pain. She went back with that pressure, knowing fully well that she had tried, but her trial wasn't good enough. But we also see Oba himself call on some occasions, trying to know how Oluwanifemi was doing. But Nike never allowed him access to that phone. Nike rather projected that he was being well taken care of. And from what he had seen before he traveled, that gave him solace. So on some of the occasions too, Oba also visited home, came home, and in such instances, Nike put up her act again, taking care of the boy, kissing him on his forehead, kissing him on his cheeks, trying to make Oba believe that this boy was really loved to that extent. There was this bonding between them. But Oluwanifemi was crying silently, and that also brings something out for us as parents. That also throws some light into parenting. Do you just also parent by just listening, listening to the word of mouth of your child? Apart from talking, actual speaking out, there's also something we call the body language. So we also have to look out for the body language of our children to be sure, to be certain that they are giving out the right body, that their body language actually matches with what they are facing and everything, and not that maybe they are giving out a body language and it's actually different from what is actually happening and all the rest. So we also have to look at that. That's also was the case in this matter. So but we see Oba being so particular about just looking out for how Nike was treating Oluwanifemi and how Oluwanifemi's testimonies, rather than actually silently watching things for himself and observing the child's body language, the child's movements and everything. So he didn't notice that. And also, we also say in some instances that it's typical of men, but there are also some single fathers, and there are also some fathers who are very close to their children, who actually have that bond. So we expected Oba to have had that with the child of his the love of his youth, especially since he had asked that the child be brought back to him. This wasn't an environment he was going to be used to so soon. So the face of Mama Oba being absent there, and even his face also being absent there, Oba could have stepped up his game and monitored things closer than he did in terms of body language, unspoken words. Also, you also communicate with unspoken words, so it's not just spoken words and all the rest. So it also has to be, the communication also has to be with spoken words too. And so that is that. So having said that, Nike will come around and cook special delicacies, cook special meals, serve Oluwanifemi on the table. And if Oba wasn't around, Oluwanifemi will be eating crumbs from the floor. She won't even give him the privilege of putting them into something decent. We are talking about leftovers. It will be from the floor, it will be from the dustbin, it will be turn him into a scavenger in the midst of plenty, because we know that Oba was a wealthy businessman. So So, like I said, Oba was a wealthy businessman. So having his child be in the midst of plenty and yet lack is highly unacceptable, because the case now isn't the absence of food, it's just intentionally making that boy starve, intentionally trying to delete him on his own. And so after some time, Mama Oba paid them a visit just to follow up on the child she had given them. She knew, obviously, like a mother's bond, this boy will be missing me like by now. Even like we, those that take children to boarding house, they are visiting days. So this was her own visit period, and she paid them a visit. And when she visited, unlike Oba, who dealt superficially on what Nike was doing, gifting him new clothes, giving him food on the dining, giving him choice meals, giving him delicacies, going as far as kissing him on the forehead, Mama Oba actually did the right thing. She went for non-verbal communications, the way the boy moved, his eye movements, the way he expressed fears when people came around, the way he reacted in fear, the way he couldn't express himself, the way he was more of walking in solitude, the way he was more of quiet, more of withdrawn and all that. So she picked all that up, and she wasn't happy. She felt something was wrong. So she tried to communicate with Oluwanifemi on certain occasions, but it's not something she could have as well called out the boy. She tried, but at every time she did that, Nike had already stationed her children to be around at every instant, to monitor things that were going on, to monitor things that were happening, at every time to the child. So the children will always come around, look out, okay, this is what has happened, this is what is being said and all those things. So but that didn't afford Mama Oba any opportunity, because she wanted a quiet time, she wanted a silent moment with Oluwanifemi where he could express himself and be with her and tell her everything she needed and give her that comfort that he was happy, he was well taken care of. So she wanted that actually. So we see her now seeing that there was no other alternative, that Oluwanifemi was heavily supervised. We see her call him to a particular section and now do some codes to him. And she told him, okay, if I'm going to whisper something in your ears, if it is true, just look at me. If it is not, just some codes. So it just look at me if it is true. So she asked Oluwanifemi the decisive questions. Are you being well taken care of here? She whispered into his ears. Only the two of them understood that. And I'm assuming she would have done that stylishly, like joking as if they were playing and all that. But Oluwanifemi had already had a fear from something that happened on one of the occasions when he spilled water, and Nike pulled his ears so tightly and warned him that if you ever discuss or tell your dad or anyone that I'm maltreating you, I will cut off your ears. And so that is cementing fear in a very young, impressionable mind. So I'm assuming that was what went on in Oluwanifemi's mind. How do I come out openly and discuss this thing and let her know that I'm in pain, I'm being tortured and all the rest? So he rather kept his pain to himself. He rather kept quiet and watched things unfold for him. So he rather spoke out and said, no, Mommy Nike takes good care of me. And so at that, Nike smiled at the whole thing. She already knew what Mama Oba's gimmicks were. So this old woman is coming here to poke nose, to be nosy, to get things that she shouldn't know. Instead of her to mind her business, respect her space and be in her space, she's coming in now to usurp my space and ask silly questions that she's not supposed to ask. And so those were part of the things that went on in Nike's mind. And so that actually ended it. Mama Oba couldn't go further again. I'm sure if I were her, shame, I would have been so ashamed of myself, because that was a very great exposure. So the next, we saw her still fight as a mother. She didn't want to give up. So the next thing she did again was to wait for Oba to come back. And so when Oba came back, she expressed her concerns to Oba. This child is walking in fears. This child is living in fear. Look deeper at what is happening to this child. There is little this child can absorb before he reaches his breaking point. But of course, the elderly person will come up with a lot of adages which she expressed herself in. But rather than listen to that, we see Oba instead charge at her and tell her that she should be grateful that we have a titi sorry that she should be grateful that we have a Nike that is still taking care of the children, taking care of the home front while he wasn't around, taking care of the boy. And the boy, that he had asked him severally, and the boy has said he's been well taken care of. And so Oba dismissed Mama Oba, because they actually had an argument on that. Mama Oba, still convinced that what she did, went back home to Oduana. And when she went back to Oduana, she called on the elders. Elders, save me. I have let go of a child I took care of for 10 years. This child is suffering in silence in a place, in his house, the house of his father, a place that is meant to actually harbor him and give him safe haven. Is actually tormenting this boy, making him withdraw to his shell, making peace elude this boy. So I need your help. I need you to help out and speak out on what is actually happening to this boy. And so the elders of Oduana summoned Oba. Yeah, like a true son of his father, he came. He honored their call. There's no place like home. If he had not honored their call, they would term him a disrespectful child. That could also affect other things that he would want to do in the village, in the home front in future. Let's say he's looking for political things, chieftaincy title, community notice, and all those things, community recognition. It will affect him. They'll say, he's not this disrespectful person that was summoned by the king, the elders. If he cannot listen to them, would he also listen to his people, we the commoners, when we give him our vote, or when we place reliance or trust in him? And so those were part of the things, those were part of the key considerations. So in this case, we see Oba honoring their call by going there. So when he came there, as usual, he prostrated, as was the culture. This from the Yoruba culture. So in Yoruba land, the men prostrate to greet while the women kneel to greet. And that was what Mama Oba did when she came. She knelt to greet the elders and greet them. Oba himself prostrated to greet the elders, as the pleasantries, that will be the first familiarization term to exchange pleasantries. They won't just jump into the matters arising and all that. And so at the call of the moment to state their case, Mama Oba stated her case. The boy is suffering in silence. The father is an absent father. He's not even at home to even notice things for himself. He's not even in his presence. He's absent in heart. He's not connecting with this boy to feel this boy's pain, to notice the silent tears in this boy's eyes, to notice the silent tears in this boy's heart. He's just an absent father. And so at that point, that was the breaking point for Oba. So he retorted, he replied his mom. He said, "You should be grateful I have somebody like Nike at the home front. Nike takes care of the children when I'm not around. I'm not an absent father. I have to go out and look for food, to look for means of livelihood for everybody here to survive. I have to do that. So I'm not an absent father. Don't call me an absent father. Don't call me that. I do things. I'm not going to be here and not work and not fend for my family. I have to do things that would take care of them, that will cater for them, and that is what I do. And so that is why I go out and take care of them. And this woman here takes care of the home front. What is really your problem? What do you really have against this woman? Instead of you to be grateful to this woman for all that she has done, for the sacrifices she had made, you keep casting aspersions on her. So after the back and forth, listening to them, the elders gave their ruling. They had seen Nike express pain when Titi died. They had seen her roll on the floor, cry and bring out tears like war paint. They had seen her in pain. They had seen all that she did. She was in deep pain when she was during Titi's burial. Proof enough that she loved Titi dearly. So we can see now that Nike had won. She had communicated what the world wanted to see. And that brings us to certain things that happen. People take superficially what they hear, what they see on social media, and people acting. We now have a lot of actors and actresses in space now. Sincerity is becoming alien to us. And that is what the world wants. Once one person does it and gets away with it, okay. So the others follow, they take that tone, say, okay, this person did it. This was actually what the person did, but he projected that this was what he did, and everybody believed him. So why would I come out openly and say, this is what I did, and seek for forgiveness, when people will now cast aspersions on me? Let me rather sell this narrative and get people's buy-in to like and accept me. So we see now these days that is what people do. Social, a lot of deceitful acts, and that is what the elders acknowledged. They saw it, they acknowledged it. This woman warned her co-wife. Is there anything you are not telling us? Is there any, you are saying he's in fear, he's in this, that you fear for his life, that he's not safe? Those are your words. And the safe haven we have here is Nike, who we trust. So, but is there anything you have to come forward with on why we shouldn't trust Nike? Is there anything you have to come forward with? At that time, at that point, Mama Oba couldn't come up with something concrete for her dark suspicion, because they were just suspicion. She hadn't come up with any proof. It was just suspicion, and of course we know that suspicion was real, but it's not something that had been established. So at that point, she lost the case. And Oba returned. She also went back to Duana, losing every hope of getting the child back. Oba had also threatened her earlier on in the house, that when she said, okay, if you will not listen to me, I'll take this child back with me. After all, he was happy in Uduana than walking like a living corpse, a shadow in his own father's house. He had already warned her that if you try any of such, I will legally sue you for kidnap, because I'm not consenting to releasing my child to you. So if you try it in any form of gimmick you use, I will sue you for kidnap. And so now, having the elders now give that final ruling, Mama Oba became helpless. So her child, Oluwanifemi, her grandson, we all know, had to remain with the father and the stepmom actress, Nike. And so I'm sure Oba would have come home to talk about the whole ordeal to Nike, about how the elders sided her and all, took sides with her and all that, because it kind of gave Nike a kind of strength, because we see her immediately Oba left for his business trip that time around. She swung into motion. She didn't want to leave anything unturned again. She swung into action. So she went visiting again to Aropola, the native daughter of the Falala shrine, the one feared again and again by everyone that had encountered or heard about her name, her stories and everything, the fearful one. And so don't forget that this same Arokola was the one that helped her snuff life out of Titi, her co-wife, initially, with the powder, which was added in bits in Titi's food. It was actually meant to snuff her life and that of the baby Oluwanifemi, but God preserved that baby. So Oluwanifemi is living up to his name, which means God loves me. So life was rather snuffed out of the mother while the child was preserved. But now the Nike had gone back again now, so that the same source that killed the mother will also kill the child and create space permanently for her to rule her kingdom and sit on her throne. So we see her approach Aropola again for the charm, and Aropola gave her a potent charm. She told her this charm is very potent. Sprinkle it on the pathway where you want your victim to pass. Once the first person that crosses that powder will surely die before sunset or before sunrise. And she was happy about it. She was pleased. This was her safe haven. This has proved very okay for her in the past. This has yielded the result for her, and this will finally help her nail it take her mother and son from the same source. So she took the powder and went home. On getting home, she called out, she carefully sprinkled the powder at the entrance of the kitchen. Don't forget, Oluwanifemi was now the maid who used to run errands. So there was every high possibility that Oluwanifemi was going to cross that powder. Oluwanifemi was going to be the victim, as already purported or planned by Nike. So she sprinkled it, but we see something happen instead. She called out Oluwanifemi and told him to go and get a mini basket from the kitchen. She had already sprinkled it at the entrance. Then we now see something about children, how you mold children. So her children were already used to seeing her treat Oluwanifemi like trash. He was nothing, he was a nobody. And so by virtue of that, children pick habits a lot. So they had already started treating him, mistreating him, also treating him like less than a maid, because I believe that even maids deserve some level of dignity. They are working to earn their pay, just like you are working somewhere to earn your pay. Even if you are even if you're doing content creator, I'm reaching out to audience. They are determining the fate of my channel, and that is why I will keep appreciating you people and reiterating that without you all, there will be no Sparks and Stories by Kawen. So yes, you still need somebody to stand. If you're a market person, you need somebody to buy your wares. If you're a producer, you need the consumers to consume your products. So, but in this case, the kind of maid that Oluwanifemi was in his father's house was a voiceless maid, ridiculed, shamed, hurt, deprived, and everything. So at that instant, Soji, hearing that, pushed him away. Why? Look at this one. You're always wanting to please my mother. You cannot impress her. Let me go and bring you for my mother. So he rather crossed in first and went to the kitchen and got the basket. Don't forget Aropola's warning, the first person. So even if Oluwanifemi had followed suit, which we saw in that movie, he wasn't the first person to cross it. So the medicine was very precise. It was very exact that it was going to harm the first person that crossed that line. It was going to be potent. It was going to hurt the first person that crossed that line, and that is what happened in this case. So the first person to cross that line was Soji, and we see immediately that the charm actually started working on him. By evening, he had very high temperature. He was convulsing and all the rest. So we saw Nike rushing down to the hospital so that he will be attended to. So medical personnel were around him, doing everything while she was crying, because she already knew what was happening to the boy. Sometimes sometimes you have to tell people, look at the symptoms, look at this, look at that. Though there will be tests that will be run, but you will still be examined, you will still be heard to know how far, what is really happening, and all the rest. So in that case, the mother, having sat there, watched medical personnel do their magic that wasn't magicking, she already knew what was happening. So she returned back to source She returned back to Arapola. We see her drive in tears, drive like a mad woman, tire screeching and all that, trying to beat time, because the instruction was clear that before the sun rises, the child will die. So she went to Arapola. She summoned she sought the native daughter of Falala Shrine, Arapola. Arapola reminded her, I am well feared. I don't eat my words. Once I speak it, I speak it. My words are potent, more potent than potency itself. My words stand and they cannot be upturned. My words are given, and once they are given, they are forever. I think this is very strong, and this is why she's feared. She's not somebody you come to and she will tell you that A is for apple, and tomorrow you come back and tell her, okay, turn A to become A for cat. She's going to tell you, I'm giving out my words, it is this. Even if the words are hurting the person, then the words are given out. There is nothing like walking around or trying to change something. That was her. And I kind of believe that this is why she was well feared by people. She was people well respected and well feared by people. Anybody that came across her or had encountered her had stories to tell about her, because she's not the kind of person that you would whisk to do your biddings or whisk to do your call or all the rest. She will do what she feels is right to do, and that is the person we have as Arokola. So Arokola told her clearly, the charm that I have given is given and is final. There is no reversal. There is no reversal. I cannot. When she tried pleading, blackmailing her, my mother, all those things, Arokola told her coldly and defiantly, this is your bidding. I'm not going to. I cannot upturn my words. Once they are spoken, they have to accomplish. They cannot be eaten back. They cannot be. They cannot. You cannot come and you now start getting compensating controls for my words, or try getting antidotes for my. Once they're anywhere it is presented, it cannot change. And so Arokola left her in that coldness and disappeared. She sat in Arokola's shrine, cried, wailed, did all sorts. And she saw that she was now alone. She was now alone to face her fate. So she went back to the hospital, and it was at that point, at the ripe hour, Soji died. She knew obviously that he was going to die. So medically, she was crying there, so that medical personnel will call it a name. That's why I keep telling you that physical is settled in the spiritual at time. So they will obviously come up with a name, but we all know that death was manipulated from behind. On hearing the death, Oba visited, held her in his arms, cried and mourned the child. It's not a good thing for any parent to mourn a child. And we see that pain. We see Oba express such pain. It's not what you would even ordinarily wish, even if it was an enemy. It's not what you would wish that person. So we see Oba literally crying for his child. I mean, it's something that caught him deep. He tried to hold her close, and so they could mourn as parents for their child, and that was that. On hearing that also, Mama Oba visited. She looked around. She could visit. She looked around, and she wasn't convinced. It was as if she had seen the vision. She already knew what happened. She already knew something. What Yorubas will say, kokoro to nje efo, idi efo lo wa. So the insect that is biting you is right within your offers, is still within you. It's biting you deep. It's biting you right inside your clothes. So she called Oba aside after the whole thing and tried to talk to him again, telling him to look deep. Don't look at your sorrows, investigate. How can a full-blown young man like that just go like that, and you're telling me stories? Investigate, look deep. Don't look at the sorrows. Sorrows are very deceptive. They leave you being very, very emotional, but at times you need to get out of that emotional space and dig deep and say, what really happened? I want to know the root cause. Excuse me, I want to know the root cause of what really happened, so that I'm able to find a solution to what happened. So but we didn't see Mama Oba, we didn't see Oba buy that idea. He rather focused on, oh, okay, this woman has come again with her hate. She tried again, she tried again and again to press. Just look deep, look inwards, check, check and check again. But that was it. So he wasn't impressed. I'm not really sure now. We have to go back to the story to check. But at some point I don't know whether it was this death or in the death of another child, that made Oba warn Mama Oba that, okay, see, don't come back to this house again. Just stay on your lane. Don't come back again. Don't come back to me again. So that was that. So we see Oba mourn his loss, and finally, after the mourning was over, everybody dispersed. He went back to his business as usual. The business was going to take him from the home front, and Nike again was going to man the house. So you can imagine my fears and yours for Oluwanifemi. So please go back to the story and watch the wrath of a mother, a mother's cry for justice. So you look out, just go to Sparks and Stories by Karen. Of course, you are my top fans, so just look out for the story and watch, so you appreciate things for yourself. So you can imagine now Oluwanifemi being at her mercy, so she could do anything she wanted. Now Oluwanifemi was the vulnerable prey in this instance. So every time she looked at Oluwanifemi, the hurt, the pain, the bitterness that her child died because of Oluwanifemi trailed her, and she hated him with more intentional passion, with more intensity. She so much hated him. And so we see Oluwanifemi walk like a shadow. He just walked like a shadow. He couldn't really express himself again. He was just like a silent voice in his environment. He couldn't do anything again other than to watch himself sink. And so we go back again to the whole story. On one of the days, Nike was walking past in the market, and she heard someone making an advertisement of his product. He was selling the popular rat poison, Otapiapia, which people use domestically to eradicate rats from their home or from their environment. That's but the recommended way is to fumigate your house. But then we have people also do it quietly with rat poison and all the rest. But her motive was not to purchase this rat poison for rats in the house. Her motive was she had a big rat in her house. And guess who that big rat was? The big rat was no other person than Oluwanifemi. To her, Oluwanifemi was a big rat, and tough situations require tough measures. This big rat needed to be eradicated from the environment. This big rat needed to be fumigated by Nike. And so Nike, and so that was it. So Nike bought the Otapiapia. She went home, she cooked like never before, cooking delicacy. She pounded yam like never before. She did delicacy. And so put she poisoned a plate, a blue plate, belonging to no other person than Oluwanifemi, highly decorated with large chunks of meat, tempting for a young child. Very tempting. And then, after preparing the whole meal, she served. Don't forget that her children were off to school and Oluwanifemi was at home with her. Earlier on, Oba had asked her why Oluwanifemi was taken out from school when he discovered, and she said, she gave a smart answer. She said he was struggling. This is a child that had been in the village all his life, and now coming to city where we have children speak flawless English and all that, but no be by English. Some people are naturally smart, and I don't believe that Oluwanifemi would have been so dull. I mean, that's a very young age, and at that young age, even people go to school in their very old age. But an impressionable young child at that age she could have actually picked up everything that was taught in school. And if he wasn't picking up everything, a little parental guidance, a little effort, maybe like in terms of getting one-on-one coaching for him, could have helped. But that was the selling point for her. She said she had gotten one-on-one coaching in-house for him, so that when he picks up, she's able to take him back to school. And Oba bought that idea. So back to our story. Oluwanifemi was left alone with her, and while her other children, the two children now left, the other one had already passed in her ploy to kill Oluwanifemi. So she served the meal, then called out to Oluwanifemi. Oluwanifemi, of course, answered her. So while sitting at the dining, she actually had to make that place comfortable for this boy, because Oluwanifemi would have looked around. My father is not back home, so why would she invite me to the dining hall? Why am I not on the floor eating remnants? Why am I not sharing the floor with rats and all? Just being me, the new me that I have discovered. But Nike called her. Nike called out to Oluwanifemi and continued telling him things that, like, I want you to start calling me mother now. We are now a family. We are now together. I want you to start calling me mother now, and all that and all that. Just trying to have his buy-in, trying to win his heart back and all the rest. So Oluwanifemi yielded to that, and that was he sat down. A young child being talked to and being coerced by a stepmom, trying to be nice now. He would have, maybe his heart rejoiced that, oh, thank God, answered prayers. This woman now loves me. This woman now accepts me now as her child. This woman is now happy with me. I can now call this woman mother, and this woman has accepted me and all that. So we really can't tell what was going on in Oluwanifemi's heart. So, but we know that it's an impressionable young child who having seen all this, was kind of happy that at least peace was going to return. The stepmom was already stretching out a hand of friendship to him, and he was not going to turn that down. So he opened the plate, and to his surprise, he saw large chunks of meat. So he said, oh, mom, you packed all the food together. That's my food, Bola's food, and the little ones, the last born's food for me. So let me go and get another plate. Let me go get another plate to serve this meal. But we saw Nike still reach out to him and say, no, all these meats, everything here is all for you. Just eat. Eat and be happy. Just eat, savour your taste and eat and be happy. So Oluwanifemi sat down to eat. He opened the plate, took his cutlery, was about to eat. But as fate will have it, Nike's wickedness actually played out again. She said he should go and bring in the crates of minerals she had bought into the house. To her, she felt, who will bring it in? Am I to bring it in when he dies? Or is it my little lovely ones that should bring in this when we have a house boy? Please go and bring it in and die. afterwards. So we see the coldness of a mother planning murder in her own house, serving death when she should serve food, serving death when she should serve life. And not only that, being cold about it. Imagine watching somebody and imagining that this is a walking corpse, just go and bring in the crate and come back and die. I mean, that's the height of it. She didn't even just wait and say, okay, eat it. She wanted to supervise it. She wanted to watch life drain out of him. I mean, that's being very more than a vampire. That's been more than a witch. Because even people that some people that kill, they cannot even stand to see life snuffed out of their victims. But this woman sat there. She wanted to supervise life live Oluwanifemi. So Oluwanifemi obliged her, ran downstairs happily to go and bring in the crates of mineral before coming to consume his large chunks of meat, which he had earned from the reconciliation mission. But a neighbor stopped him and started discussing with him. Why are you not in school? He said, he gave his excuse. The neighbor now started talking to him about his old days, how he was, and all these talks, could be lengthy when elders are counseling little children about how they came first position in school. No elder ever came second, third, or last yet. It's only one person that will sit on that will have that first position. Even if there are ties, maybe yes, but there's very few number of people that will have that first position. But we kind of have them tell excellent stories about themselves. But that's aside. So Oluwanifemi was engrossed in what this man was telling him. There was a conversation, and Nike waited and waited and waited until she ran out of patience, and then she came outside and scolded him. Why haven't you brought in the crates of mineral that I told you to bring in? Oluwanifemi went ahead to go get the crates of mineral. So after scolding him, Nike helped in bringing down the crates of mineral just to, placate the whole situation and make it seem like everything was normal, everything had come back to being okay. And so after the whole thing, she noticed she had a flat tire. So she said, okay, let me just rush down the road and fix this tire. Only God, I wouldn't know what was in her mind. Maybe the tire is so that she'll be able to rush Oluwanifemi to the hospital when the whole thing, just like she rushed Soji to the hospital just to create a kind of scene or all that. So she asked to go to, she said she was going to fix her flat tire. She was going to the vulcanizer to fix that, while Oluwanifemi was charged with the responsibility of taking the crates back upstairs. So he did that while she drove away. He started taking that. Then all of a sudden the gate swung open. Guess who we have there? We had Bola coming. So Bola came in, and Bola came in. She rather started. Bola came in, and then she walked inside. She and Oluwanifemi went upstairs. Then Oluwanifemi pointed her to her food. Your food is in the kitchen, is there, is this, that. She went in. Obviously, she would have stolen some glances at Oluwanifemi's food. So she went in, and jealousy caught the greater part of her. How on earth was her mom going to serve her little and serve Oluwanifemi so much? Because the portion the mom gave them was the normal portion. I think that was where she feels she could have given the same portion. But obviously Oluwanifemi was supposed to die before her children returned, so maybe that didn't cross her mind. So she went ahead, that's little Bola now, went ahead and confronted her elder brother Oluwanifemi. 10, she 9. How come you have all these chunks of meat? You must have stolen it. I'm going to eat your food and then report you to mommy. She pulled the plate, and that still is the same thing that we saw play out in Soji's instance, where Oluwanifemi had no voice again in the father's house. He had become voiceless, somebody that anybody could trample on. He had become like trash in their presence. And so Oluwanifemi stepped back while they while she went ahead and took the food. As she ate, we see her stumble. The medicine was so potent that she stumbled and fell flat, dead there. Just at the nick of time, um, Nike, who wouldn't have gone far, came back home. But she was coming back, she was already reciting happily. I will see the big rat dead on the floor, no other person than Oluwanifemi, who she had proposed, who she had decided in her heart that she was never going to forgive him. She was going to take his life out, if for no other reason to avenge Soji, who she believed died in the stead of Oluwanifemi. And she wasn't ever going to go to Arapola again. She now feared Arapola, this cold-hearted woman who would not give an antidote for her medicine, but would rather watch her child die, So she had already grown weary of Arapola, and so she would not go to Aropola's shrine. So that was what played out here. So she went ahead and did what she knew how to do best. She went ahead and what will I say? She went ahead and um, poisoned. She took fate in her hands this time around. So we saw her as she came in, the song in her lips, the song on her lips dried up. She saw her own Bola on the floor in the pool of her own vomit and all that, dead. She cried, she wailed, she called out. Her cry was so piercing that neighbors ran in. She had fainted even beside Bola and had woken up. They pulled her aside. But guess who wasn't convinced? Mama Ophidio. She looked around rather than focusing on consoling her. She looked around. What will make a young, able-bodied girl, the same girl who they had seen pass by shortly in her school uniform, what will make her fall dead? And in the midst of that, we can see food around her. I know that's the first thing any reasonable person will suspect, that okay, you have food around her. Could it be food poisoning? Could it be, though it could also be that she ate maybe from school, and when she came back, the the poison started working. It could be anything, actually. It could even have been maybe the spiritual manipulating the physical. Yeah. So, but in this instance, that would be the first thing, that would be the first suspicion, the last meal of the person, which you saw the person physically take. So Mama Ophidio did not waste time in expressing such fear. What happened here? Who owns that plate? Who owns that place? She must have choked. She was hungry. Imagine a very lame excuse. She must have choked him. Mama Ophidio still insisted the food was not meant for her. It was meant for somebody else. But unfortunately, your own has eaten that food that you prepared for somebody else. It's like trying to deal somebody a blow, but instead you dealt yourself that blow which you wanted to deal somebody. She didn't take it lightly with Mama Ophidio. She cried, she wailed, she sought for people's sympathy. Oh, this old woman. So in the midst of my pain, you dare say that I am the one that killed my child. So people empathized. They were not happy with Mama Ophidio. So they turned their anger to her rather than actually questioning, and that still draws us back to how society behaves when things when they are supposed to actually act the normal way, how they look away from truth and let things go out of hands. So Mama Ophidio Mama Ophidio was bundled out, practically out of the house, and was seen as somebody that lacked empathy, that had no emotions, that couldn't even sympathize with a woman that was bereaved, that had just lost her child, and so that was it. So Nike managed to call her cousin, who was a medical doctor. That cousin of hers helped sent ambulance. The child was dead on arrival when she had already passed, because the medicine was very potent. But her family friends still helped in covering up a lot of things and ensuring that the child was buried same day. So when Oba heard Oba returned home, Oba cried. He wasn't happy that Bola was buried in his absence. He actually would have maybe loved to say one or two things to the child before. Just mourn house, I wouldn't know. He would have loved to mourn her better than just learning that she was just discarded of the same day and everything. Maybe there would have been funeral, for the child, but this was not low key, buried like that, just the same day she died. Um, and so Nike gave her own reason. She said it's because of XYZ. This child, the child died. She needed closure. She needed to get this whole thing over with. So she had to do what she did by burying the child. So they both mourned their loss, and that was that. Oba mourned, and after that, Oba proposed in his heart never again to leave city, to leave home for business. Well, who was he working for? If all his children were dying one by one, who else was he working for? Who was he going to pass the legacy to? So in his heart, he felt okay. He even expressed it. He said he was never going to leave town again. He was going to run his business. After by now, he was established. He had boys. Though people normally prefer to be on ground to monitor their business, maybe because if you leave it for these people, they could actually steal and all the rest. But in this case, this was coming from a place of pain that okay, I was away, and maybe Nike is actually unable to manage all these children now. Is actually choking her. She cannot really manage them, and rather than lose all of them, I'll sit back, help her, and we will both nurture our remaining two children to life and everything. So he stayed back, and but his staying back did not deter Nike. Now she had every reason to take out Oluwanifemi. Oluwanifemi had led to the loss of two of her children. That's why you have the story as the mother's wrath. A mother seeking justice for her children. To her, that was justice for her children. Oluwanifemi's death was going to give closure and justice for her children. She didn't care that he wasn't even the one that started this whole thing. She was the one that started this game, and that made God had just preserved Oluwanifemi and was teaching her a lesson, or had already taught her bitter lessons that you cannot snuff a life you did not create. Woman, go and rest. You only came in here by chance. Just go and rest. She did not see it that way. She rather saw reasons why she should avenge her children. This was just the making of Oluwanifemi. If he hadn't come back, there would be no need for any of these things. None of these things would have happened. They were just even living peacefully before he came back. So he's coming back as an intruder, had taken not only their peace, but now look at Soji, who she had to carry in her arms, despite knowing that it was a ticking time bomb. He was soon going to leave and depart from this world. Here was Bola again, who she had also tried to avenge Soji's case, but instead of that, Bola again had paid the ultimate price with no other thing but her life, and leaving her again helpless and mourning. And so that was just the pain for her. That was just the torture for her. And it was no other person, no other culprit but Oluwanifemi. And so the story continued. So she didn't stop. That did not deter her. So even if the husband was there, she was still going to carry out her mission. And that goes to show you the depth of the heart of women. Just like many people say, if you want a secret kept, give it to a woman. She's going to keep it down, 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 down the bottomless lake. So even if Oba was still going to be there, she was still going to carry out that vengeance mission. She was still going to avenge her children. And so we saw her reach out to a very top killer whose name was Silencer. Silencer was a very top killer, well known for his killing expertise. We see that Nike always went for the best. Arokola was the best now for the killing mission again now. Silencer was the best for that mission. So she engaged him and for that mission. And so the first thing she did was to send out Nifemi to go deliver something to the market, to a market, to a market. So the market Nike sent Oluwanifemi to was Oriki. So she sent Oluwanifemi to Riki to go get some items, to go drop a message for her. That's to take back some clothes for her to somebody, to a customer residing in Oriki market whose shop was there. Let's not forget, initially Nike had 3 children. Olusoji the first, who was 10 years old before he died. Bola, 9 years old. Now Olusoji and Bola were now late, and leaving her with the little one, her last child, Shegun, who was 7 years old. Now Shegun and Oluwanifemi were the only 2 children of Oba left behind. The other 2 had been claimed by a woman's fury, a woman's search for supremacy, a woman's search for power, a woman's intoxication, a woman who would not rest till she became the only one, no rival, unrivaled in terms of position, property, and everything. So now back to our story. Nike engaged Kasali, who's a killer, whose nickname was popularly known as Silencer, to take out, that's to kill Oluwanifemi in Oriki. So telling Oluwanifemi to take those clothes to Oriki was just sending him out of the house to his death. You know that biblical story of set Uriah at the war front, So letting him convey his death mission. So Oluwanifemi obeyed, and this is despite the fact that Oba was there. This is a clear case of the more you look, the less you see. If a woman, she wanted to show that she was undeterred, and if she wanted to achieve anything, even if you are standing in front of her, she would achieve it irrespective. She would still achieve it. She would still go ahead and achieve that thing. That's what she wanted to prove there. So she sends Oluwanifemi to Oriki to drop those clothes. But when Oluwanifemi boarded a bus going to Osiki, so Osiki and Oriki are similar, just one alphabet, S and R, a misplaced syllable, and it sets the motion for a life-saving detour for Oluwanifemi. So sometimes this goes to show us, sometimes when people say every disappointment is a blessing, sometimes you want to go somewhere, you realize you have a flat tire. You want to go somewhere, you realize you want a particular company, and you realize you failed the entrance exam. That's not to erase that you should make your own human personal efforts. I mean, my Bible says, I planted, Apollos watered, God gave the increase. That's when you do all those personal efforts. Pray to God to direct you, and things still turn out, sir. Just commit it into the hands of God. If it's still His will, He's still going to bring back that opportunity, and He's still going to scale and soar high. Maybe it's just a moment to take you out to learn some lessons and come back and prepared for the ground which He has prepared you for. As if that is the same ground He has prepared you for. If not, He's still going to take you somewhere else to your safe haven. So every disappointment, like I say, it's a blessing. So what would have been going on in Oluwanifemi's heart when he saw that, when he realized that he was in the bus going to Osiki? He must have mistakenly boarded that bus, thinking that he heard Oriki, just jumped into the bus, because he realized when the distance appeared very far for him, he now realized that, oh, I must have taken a very wrong turn. I must have taken a very wrong turn. I must have taken a very wrong decision. So these were things that were going on in his heart, in his very impressionable heart. So at that point, when he discovered that, knowing fully well the wrath of his stepmother, fine, Oba was there, but he would still have some level of fear in him that, okay, even though daddy is here, once I come in contact with this woman, I have to be very careful. Now, this is a direct message from her, from her to me, and now I have juggled things up, I have boggled things up. So you can imagine what would have been going on in that very young, impressionable heart. But we see him still. I liked the bus. It was a longer distance, so even the money he would have used to that was given to him pretentiously for a return journey, even though Nike knew that the journey was not meant to be a return journey. It was a one-way ticket to his death. He had spent all that money on his way to Osiki. You couldn't have told the bus conductors long story. They won't even hear you out. So he paid for a journey to where he did not plan to go to, for where he did not want to go to. So he paid for that journey, and that was that. And so we see Oluwanifemi highlight from that bus and ask questions as to where he was, where the bus had taken him to, and all that. So when he discovered, he was devastated. So, but and now since he had finished the transport fare in an unsympathetic environment, he had to trek home from that distance. So he continued trekking back home. It was a wrong location, so there was no need asking for the direction to any shop. It was just come back home, or trek back to Oriki. So he was at least going back home. So he started trekking. He was tired. We see him even being frail on the way, sitting down at some point. He was tired, but he knew he obviously he couldn't sleep on the way, so he continued the journey that he left in the morning. So Oba at home, at the home front, Oba was also already worried. You sent a young boy out since morning. I haven't seen him. What is going on? So he wanted to know what was going on and what had gone on with the young boy. So he inquired of Nike on what was going on, why his son wasn't back home yet. Nike, as usual, covered up. She feigned ignorance. She said she didn't know why Oluwanifemi wasn't back home yet. So they were both worried, like responsible parents. Oba was worried, and at some point, he noticed the call coming in from Silencer, because Silencer had waited and waited endlessly in Osiki to have his hit and get his pay. But when he couldn't see Oluwanifemi and his time had passed, he contacted Nike again and told her that she had to pay his full money. And Nike knew the repercussion of not paying his full money. She didn't want to joke with a killer like that who had nothing to lose. This is a matter of him just coming around the house or somewhere and exposing her plots and everything. So she didn't want to take chances. So Silencer already threatened, you will pay me my full money. Because when you know all these people, time is of essence. Even if she was available for the job, but you did not make the tool available, so he wasn't to blame. So she was definitely going to pay him for his time. That's just how it works. It's not a matter of, oh, sorry, okay, try again. It's until the job was done. She had to pay him the amount. Since he did not default, he was at the location, he spent time. So if it's assumed, if he wasn't there, if he hadn't dedicated that time for her, maybe he would have had other deals which he would have covered up. So he threatened. He said, you have to pay me for my time. You have to pay me for this time you wasted. Yeah, I was available for the deal, but you did not make the tool available for me, and I'm not to blame. So you have to make that payment you have to make that payment for there to be peace. So Nike, looking at everything, weighing everything, he said yes, but Oba had already noticed all the back and forth calls and everything. Call when you're calling and you're saying something pretentiously smiling just to cover up what you're actually discussing with or engaging with at the other end. So Abba had noticed all that, but he kept quiet and he asked. So Nike stylishly covered up, said it was nothing, it was just covered up her track there. Because Oba did ask to know what was going on at some point. So having noticed that his son was away more than, and it was already nightfall, worry wasn't enough for him, so he took his car keys. So at that point, I wouldn't have known where he would have driven to. So maybe he would have just started, maybe he would have asked for the names of Nifemi's friends, maybe started driving to their houses to ask, did you see Nifemi? Nifemi, did you see this? That's the actual painful realization of a parent, maybe when you realize that a child had been kidnapped or just went out and they didn't come back, which is an unusual pattern, an unusual character for a child. You just want to pray and believe God that the child will come back safe, despite you have realized an unusual pattern. You just want to search, even when you know that even where you're searching for it's not minority, but you just want to do something. You want to even report to the police, although they will insist for, is it 24 or 48 hours? Not sure. So, but every law, every country has a time pegged for the number of hours you have to wait before you term somebody a missing person, because it might just be a case of Nifemi where the person missed his road and is on his way back. So you don't want to alert the law enforcement agents or make them start investigating, wasting their time on an investigation that should never have existed. So they want to always exhaust every option, and the criteria they set, the margin they set is okay. After certain number of hours, is it 24 or 48 hours, then we can agree that the person is actually a missing person. So I kind of understand Oba's desperation at this point. So he picking up his car keys, a lot will be going on in his mind. Do I drive to his friend's place? Do I drive to the school? Do I just keep driving around this vicinity? Maybe I might just see him loitering about. Maybe he's sitting down somewhere sulking, or he would just keep believing and thinking of a lot of things, as we saw in that movie. He just sat back there, was he just sat back there, really, basically. So that is what we know for all these things that happen. See, those people, they'll just sit back and just hope for the best. Actually, they just keep hoping and praying for the best, and that nothing will happen to the particular loved ones, which is what happened in this case. So he picked his car keys, and when he got to the door, opened the door, to his surprise, guess who he saw there? He saw Nifemi. Nifemi had just arrived, soaked in dust and falling to the floor, definitely tired and worn out and everything. Dusty, extremely dusty. Oba did not even mind the dusty nature. He had that comfort that, okay, I have seen my boy. He's not lost, but he's actually safe with me. He held him in a tight embrace, held him closely, and he was grateful that he at least had seen his son, and the son was not a case of maybe a missing person again. This was a boy now who has returned home, and he was grateful now that he had seen his son return home to him safe and sound. So that is what we see in this particular scene. So to cover up her tracks again, and Nika again, the actress, put her acting into motion. It wouldn't have been safe for her to just sit back and appear that unconcerned, or appear as if she didn't care about the boy. So the safest thing for her to do was what she did, which was to start rejoicing that that Uluwanifemi was back, even though in her heart she wasn't happy that he was back. But that was the safest thing she could do at that moment, to start rejoicing on his return, that he was back. So, having received Nifemi inside, the father was happy. They hugged, and that was it. Reunion and happiness that the child was back. But this did not deter Nike. It did not stop her. She still felt bad about it. So she still contacted Silencer and told him that he should give it another try to take out Oluwanifemi. And so, as at then, Oluwanifemi has started schooling again since Oba was back. She couldn't hide um, under the her story, her previous story of hiring a private teacher and everything, because the private teacher obviously would have come home, so she had to come there, and that is why Oluwanifemi had to go back to school. So Oluwanifemi now being in school, that was the perfect plan for her. So she told Silencer, she said Oluwanifemi comes back from school. She gave him the time, gave him the perfect description of Oluwanifemi. Don't forget, Oluwanifemi could have been coming back with Soji, so she needed to be distinct about this description. Oluwanifemi was younger than Olusoji, and sorry, I'm saying Soji. Sorry, Shegun. Shegun is the last. It was her last child. So Oluwanifemi could have been was younger than Shegun. Oluwanifemi, let's not forget, is 10, while Shegun is just 7 years old. So having done that, she described the school uniform, how the school bag, and the time Oluwanifemi will come back. So Silencer, after looking at the whole thing, to him it was business, but he just okay accepted it. The other time was foiled, but since he didn't Nike did not contest giving him his full money. So, that was a leverage for him to say, okay, let me do business with this woman who is quite generous with her money and at least keeps to her words. So it was that he he accepted the offer to kill Oluwanifemi. So on the said day, he came into the estate gate. Don't ask me how he maneuvered the security. Um that the killer has to be smart. They do a lot of surveillance and all the rest. That's why they said to catch a monkey, you have to be a monkey. So he made his way into the estate and just stayed around their gate, hovering about, just to have the a smart way of capturing Oluwanifemi and then finally killing him. But fate again intervened. A teacher, noticing that Oluwanifemi had not been in school for a long while and needed to catch up, actually took interest in him. That was Teacher Steve. So Teacher Steve actually organized extra classes for Oluwanifemi. And that particular day was the first day he organized it for him at no cost. So Oluwanifemi stayed back and he taught him. They were in school till late. So he came back, he brought him back around 8 p.m. Yeah, that was when they came back. So, but before then, Silencer had been there waiting till 6. Even when the bus dropped them earlier on, till 6. The clock was ticking till 7, 4, from 4 o'clock to 5, 5 to 6, 6 to... So at that point, Silencer got, people were passing by just looking at him. Why is this man just pacing around this gate? Why is he hanging around this gate? And if you continue to draw such curiosity, the next thing is the security will be alerted. So he has actually seen those inquisitive eyes being fixed on him, people asking themselves questions, because security is not just one person's business, it's everybody's business. And if one house is compromised, the whole estate could actually be compromised, because yeah, we understand that the whole estate could be compromised. So he actually felt the glances of people, those that will pass by again, the same people seeing him the same spot, looking at him, wondering whether, okay, if you came to visit these people, shouldn't they have let you in? And if they are not around, don't you have a cell phone to call them and know whether they are not around? And should you even rather just be in their house pacing up and down for this long and with his very intimidating killer stature? So he just reasoned all these things, added one plus one, weighed his options, and the next thing he did was he called Nike and told her that he was going. the time for the kill had long passed and he had waited patiently, so that it will not be that, okay, I keep taking this woman's money for free, let me even execute this particular task at this particular moment. But that was also very impossible for him because the prey was not available then, the victim was not available then, so he had to leave. So he called Nike. He was angry, he was furious. You brought me out here again for a no show. Just make sure you pay me my money, because I even gave him extra time, waited and all the rest, and yet this your same no show, this particular boy is not even here again. Nobody is here to attend to me. I'm just here walking up and down, pacing up and down, and if care is not taken, people are going to think that I'm a thief. Actually he was, and they are going to alert security, which wasn't good for him, which wasn't good for his bio. And so he was well aware about this, he was well aware about this, and so he put out that thought to Nike and dismissed her and left, expecting obviously to get his balance and all the rest. If he didn't get his balance, that was going to be war, and Nike knew better than that. And then she also realized it was a foiled attempt. So by 8 p.m., Teacher Steve strolled in casually with Oluwanifemi and brought him home safely. I'm sure if you had seen Nike's face then, it would have been so marked with the rot, the same rot that made her claim her two children's lives. And now vengeance was eluding her. This boy was running away from justice. This boy was running away from the vengeance, facing the wrath of her vengeance. So it wasn't funny for her again. It wasn't something she wanted to condone. And so she still could not rest on her oars. She needed to take out Oluwanifemi. She needed justice for her children. Justice in quotes, because there are two sides of a coin. People that are bad, what they call good news is when they succeed in doing their evil, and people that are good, what they call good news is when they succeed in doing their good, and what they call bad news is when their good does not work in alignment with their expectations. So yeah, she wasn't happy about the whole thing, but she didn't want to give up because she needed justice for Soji and Bola, her two children who had passed. And so Nika didn't stop at that. Despite the fact that Silencer had warned her this time around, because Silencer was now seeing her as a joke, a woman who was not steadfast in keeping to her own side, who will just bring her out just as a plaything, just for her to just hover about. And so we see Nika still plot again. Already, I'm sure what would have given her that boldness to keep plotting and plotting is maybe because she already knew she had the backings of the people in the village. They will always empathize with her, they will always sympathize with her. And because they believe she was a good woman, obviously they will say, why all these deaths? Why is all these things? Why are all these things happening to Oba? Why is he facing all these things? So these are things that would cross their minds, and maybe they will just brush it aside and just take to the comfort zone that okay, Nike is good. And Mama Oba had been banned by Oba. Oba had warned her never to come to his house again, except she came in peace. He says rather than always coming around and casting aspersions on his wife, he was already very edgy about Mama Oba, feeling like she was just a perfect matchmaker, always getting people for him to marry. Don't forget, it was Mama Oba that suggested to him to take another wife. So, okay, if Nike was bad now, was he supposed to dump her and go get another wife? So these are thoughts that informed his decisions about not letting Mama Oba again into the house, except if she was going to come and just talk about good things and go, so that he knows that she's in alignment with the environment. So back to our story quickly. Nike put her plot again into motion. She called Silencer this time around, offering him more and telling him that okay, I have sent this boy out to the shop. He still came back alive. I have sent this boy, I have tried to snuff this boy out right in front of the gates. on his arrival from school, and he still came back safely. Now I want to do it, I want you to do it with my own supervision under my own roof. Now this is another case again of a mother plotting murder again. So we saw Nike as a woman who had blood under her wrapper. She had blood-stained hands. She was like a vampire. She didn't care. Nothing could stop her from achieving whatever she wanted. She would go to any length to get whatever she wanted. And to her, this was war. And there was only one thing that could calm this war, which is Oluwanifemi's death and her, of course, her supposed victory. And so, and so, and so, like I said, she told Silencer about coming to the house. And when Silencer asked about how he could gain entrance, of course, he could gain entrance anyhow, but he wanted her to confirm, was he to force himself through that door, or how was he supposed to gain entrance into a house which was securely locked and guarded? How was he supposed to get it? So she said she would leave the door open. Don't worry, I'll leave the door open, she assured him. So on that fateful night, as usual, Oba locked his house, locked the parlor, made sure that everywhere was secured. So Nike was she pretended to be asleep and all the rest. So after Oba had gone to bed, thinking that everybody was sleeping, Nike sneaked out of the room. She sneaked out of bed, sneaked out of the room, came to the parlor, and opened the door before going back inside, so that Silencer would not have any roadblock whenever he decided to finally come. He would just have an easy entrance into the house. She did not stop at that. She described to him where Oluwanifemi slept. Oluwanifemi slept at the right hand side of the bed, which was close to the restroom, which was also ensuite in that room. But this was not so before. Before Oba returned, Oluwanifemi's permanent position was on the floor. So we see Oluwanifemi suffer even in the midst of bounty. And that was heavily supervised by Nike. Nike just supervised and ensured that Oluwanifemi was in lack even in the midst of plenty. So we see that, excuse me, we see that about her. So that's that. So having said that, excuse me, my fans. So having said that, and I will still continue with the story. So what happened next? What happened next? What happened next? Guess what? Go to Sparks and Stories by Kawem and watch it. A woman's cry for justice. Who did this to my children? It- let's check out that, and that is that. So back to the story. So having opened it, she went back to the room, and in few seconds, a few minutes later, Oba could hear noise in the house. So he tried to wake her up, but she pretended to be fast asleep. Remember, she already knew her plot, so she wasn't going to quell it now by Oba's concern for noise in the house. So Oba, having tried to wake her up, now got up from the bed and walked towards where the noise was coming from. So he walked, he saw Oluwanifemi in the kitchen taking water, and he actually advised him about how frequently he could visit the restroom if he took so much water and that it would disturb his sleep. So he further walked him down into his room and saw that the boy was safe and secured before leaving. Obviously, he wouldn't have checked the door again. That's the parlor door, the door that would that would enable anybody gain entrance into the house, because to him, he felt it was already secured. He felt he had locked up and that everywhere was safe. So it was okay by him to go back inside and rest, since everywhere was secured, everywhere was going to be okay. So it was just okay for him to just go back inside and then rest. So that was that. But um that wasn't just it. So having gone inside to rest, that was when Silencer came in. But so Silencer walked into the room. Obviously, he did what he knew how to do best. And this time around, it was very fulfilling for him. he did his job and he left. But in the morning, so what a sad ending. Could we say that Oluwanifemi had gone finally after all the struggle, after all the preservation? Perhaps could that be that twist that my viewers saw and dropped in their comments that they didn't like what happened to the lead actor, they didn't like how Nike was indulged and all that. So that's why I always encourage you people, do when you are watching my videos, don't drop off. Don't drop off. Watch it to the end so you see what happened to anybody. If you are busy at that time, you can pause. You can always come back to that video and watch it. It will help so that you draw the exact conclusion, and you give the exact, you give me realistic reviews based on um, actual watching of the film from the beginning to the end, so that you have a helicopter view of everything, you have a broad view of everything, and you're able to comment and I'm able to address your concerns better. I think that helps best, that helps most in anything we are doing. So back to the to what we are discussing, back to the discussion at hand. So having said that, in the morning, Oluwanifemi was sweeping the floor. I'm sure there is happiness somewhere. Somebody is happy. Oh, Oluwanifemi was sweeping the floor. And so Nike walked into the parlor and saw him. She felt it was a ghost. Oluwanifemi just greeted her innocently and continued with the house chores. Not the kind of house chores he was doing when Oba was around, but as a little child, you can there are still little ways and little children could help support the home. And so having done that, the, the having done that, Nike ran into the room where Oluwanifemi slept. So Oluwanifemi and Shegun actually slept on the same bed. Like I mentioned, Oluwanifemi had always slept at the right hand side of the bed, which was close to the restroom, while Shegun slept on the left hand side of the bed. But as at the time Oluwanifemi went to drink water that night, something strange happened. Shegun got up from his bed. He was pressed to urinate and he went into the toilet to ease himself. Having done that, he came back and swung himself to the closest side of the toilet, the bed closest to the toilet, which is the right side of the bed, which was Nifemi's bedside. And so, because Nike had already given the description of where Oluwanifemi slept to Silencer just went straight, just full blown like that, like a robot, and just went straight. Obviously, he couldn't have been calling her by that time of the night to confirm who he was to kill. And I'm assuming that many people sleep with their lights off. So he just walked in the dark shadows, um, like an expert that he was, and snuffed life out of Shegun, thinking it was Uluwanifemi. Having seen the horror that had happened, she knew her game was up. She had lost all her children while trying to kill Uluwanifemi. But that wizard, that child, he has still survived again. He has still survived all her children. So Nike ran mad. She couldn't stand it. This particular thing touched her sanity. She couldn't even just stand it. And so the next thing, as she screamed, Oba ran into the house, ran into the room and saw Soji's lifeless body. Before he could react or anything, Nike was already, she was already overwhelmed. This was her last child, and she had also killed her last child. So it wasn't even just all about losing a child or losing children, because that in itself is actually emotionally draining and also can drain the sanity of a parent. But now realizing that this happened from her, that she actually took the lives of these young ones, actually hurt deep and cut deep into her soul. And so Nike um Nike started laughing, displaying things that show that that her sanity had been tampered with because of her condition, a condition she had, a self-inflicted condition. And so Oba at that time remembered his mother, what the mother had been saying, had been telling him, had been cautioning him that, oh, there's something sinister. There's something sinister going on in your house. There's something sinister about this woman. I can't explain. Just pay more attention. That's the words of the elders. They keep looking ordinary to us, especially when we want to have our ways. They keep looking like, what are these people saying? What are they trying to do? They are trying to pilot my life. They are trying to control me. They are trying to manipulate me. But in the long run, you will see that everything is geared towards something. Everything is just geared towards something. And so at that point, the whole thing dawned on Oba that he had been living with a vampire. And then came her confession, how she killed Titi. She had killed Titi, the first wife. She had killed Soji. She had killed Bola. She had now killed Shegun, whose body was still lying there. Oba's eyes were wide open. He was in shock. He couldn't even close his mouth. He was just in shock. And before anything could be said, and it was as if, maybe the memory just flashed back to her that, and this wizard is still alive. She ran out. She ran towards the parlor where she knew Nifemi was, reaching out for a knife to finish him. Maybe if she had finished him, she would just go ahead and finish herself too. But Oba, noticing that now and wasn't even comfortable with her, ran after her, and noticing that she was gearing towards Oluwanifemi, Oluwanifemi ran into his hands. He pushed and forced Nike down with that knife. Made sure that she did not succeed with the knife, and Nike let out a roar, because this time around she was like a 100 vexed lion. She not let out a roar, stabbing through all the cushions in the parlor, doing all sorts, breaking things. This time around now she was fully blown mad. Nothing like a memory flash again. She was just fully blown mad. Neighbors hearing all the noise and all that. Sorry, I have to correct something. Mama Ophelio that I called earlier on is not actually Mama Ophelio, it's actually Mama Bisi. Sorry, so I mixed up that character with a character in one of my in one of my stories. I don't know whether I've published that, but I missed it out. So please pardon me for that. Mama Ophelio is actually Mama Bisi in my story, or in this particular story. So neighbors, having heard the noise, they had seen enough. They had watched as Bola's lifeless body was taken out of that place. In as much as they didn't ask questions, but they would have seen the food, they would have added one plus one, but they decided to remain blind and dumb and deaf to confronting the truth, unlike Mama Bisi. And also, they had also been hearing screams, shouts, curses on Oluwanifemi, beatings, and all the rest. So they were tired of all the violence going on in that house, all the unrest, all the misdeeds going on in that house. Fine. Oba was their landlord. Nike, by virtue of that, was their landlady. And in time past, that had made them keep quiet. How will you go and report your landlord and your landlady? You are not even the owner of the house. They are the owners of the house, and they can ask you at any time to leave their property. They want to make use of it, and that will render you, at least for a reasonable amount of time, that will render the person homeless. The person will have to start searching around for houses and all the rest. So nobody actually wants to put themselves at that receiving side of life, where they would have given out everything and lost everything just for maybe their fellow human being. So they would rather play safe, they would rather be in that their safe haven than risk it all and tell the truth and save somebody. So that's what we have from the majority of people in our society these days. So that is actually what also played out here, because people had been hearing all these things and they've been quiet. They've been hearing a little boy cry, a little boy scream, a little boy cry for help, and they were all quiet. Even when Mama Bisi raised it, they were all quiet. They had actually witnessed the poisoning, because they saw the food, they saw everything littered, but they should have asked questions or stepped in at that point, but they decided to be quiet on it. And here it was now facing them. Could they be quiet on this? So much noise from the house, roars, cries, screams, and everything in the house. If they continue to remain quiet and indulge every activity going on in that house, that might actually harm them. That might put them at risk also, because if anything happens and it becomes legal, they will have to give their statements, they will have to, So at that point, they took that decision. Some of the neighbors called the police to that house, the house of unrest. So there were siren blares at outside outside in front of Oba's house. So Oba took Nifemi, who was already held in tight embrace with him, and who was also crying. Oba took Oluwanifemi and escaped from the house. This was a house that was supposed to give him comfort. When anything is happening to you, you always run home. That is where you go. That is where you sleep. That is where you find your peace. That is where you relax most. That is where you are supposed. Let me say supposed to. But in Oba's case, every time he came home, it was always sorrow. This child died, this child died, this. My mother is summoning you, the others are summoning you. So it had been a period of unrest for him. Or Titi is in labor, that is when Titi was in labor. And is in gross pain, or Titi is dead, the wife is dead, 3 children are dead. So that house obviously wasn't giving him comfort again. Comfort had far gone from that house. Comfort had eluded him from that house, and so we see him escape with Olua escape with Oluwanif. Sorry, my viewers. Escape with Oluwanifemi from the house and into the front where at least the police were. At that time, he was overwhelmed by emotions, and he started praying, saying eulogies to his late wife Titi, thanking her for taking care of their son, thanking her for her silent pain, feeling bad that he never noticed her silent pain. He never noticed life drain out of her, and that she never even really complained despite the weakness and everything. She just bore it all in, typical of her. She just sucked it up in. He praised her unusual strength, he praised her bravery, he praised everything about her, and finally he thanked her for preserving their son. If not for her, maybe a protective spirit and all that, perhaps Oluwanifemi would have been uncovered. He would have just been there. His life maybe he would have been snuffed out of him. So police actually made their way into the house, trying to cuff Nike, but she was raving mad. She was actually threatening every one of them with the knife she had in her hands, and so they couldn't effect an arrest. At least they had to secure their safety, and it wasn't a case where you could actually disarm the person, maybe by shooting or by doing anything. Fine, even if you want to disarm the person, then you also have to be cautious so that you don't get hurt in that instant. And it wasn't something that they could, let's say, do the other way around, because this was somebody that wasn't acting out of a sane mind. So you couldn't have said, okay, he had a weapon in his hand, and so we had to take him down. She had a weapon in her hand, so we had to take her down. It was a clear case of this somebody that is doesn't have her sanity at that moment, so she's not aware of what she's doing. So even if she was going to be tried, they still needed her alive, because any trial any report that shows that she was gunned down while she was insane in any part of the world will not all go well. You still need sanity to jail somebody and all that. So she ran, in the course of that, trying to get their safety and also to cuff her for a proper arrest. Nike escaped. She made her way into the out of the house and into the streets. The police tried, they pursued and pursued, but she was far gone. Some say she walks around in at some point she walked around in the forest and all the rest. But um Nike was seen in one of the real line, seen at one of the real lines, seen is even in the market. She was seen everywhere. Some people said they had seen her even batting along Third Mainland Bridge, but nothing ever, nothing can ever make any child enter that womb, because the womb which once gave life to children actually bore, it actually bore death to its own. And why would you say womb? Because it's from the womb that you bet ideas. The womb is where it brings life, whether ideas, whether child, whether anything, it brings life. It's from the womb, from the bellies. So that womb had brought death to its own. And so there was nobody, no child again that would answer the call of her womb. So that was that. So Oluwanifemi and Oba were safe. So I'm wondering what could have happened next. Could it be that they would have gone home, apologized to Mama Oba and reveal everything that had happened, reveal his ordeal and everything that had happened? Would he still have the mind of remarrying, having another person? Obviously he will always rever and make reference to Titi, but is it something that Oba would still have the mindset to love again? Please drop that in the comment section. Also, whose fault will you call all the things that happened in the house? Who would you blame for that? Also, please drop that in the comments. I would also like to see. But some of my viewers in their comments, in their reaching out, in their discussions with me, they said they would have preferred if Nike actually paid the ultimate price for all her wickedness rather than being mad and all the rest. But that was the twist of the story, to actually have her mad. And I think that's a very severe punishment rather than even having her pass at the onset of the whole thing. And so we have that. That was the punishment for her. Also, some people complained that Oluwanifemi was really, really battered in that video, and so that it caused them tears and all that. Sorry about that, my fans. I did not mean to make you cry. That's just the story. And sometimes when we listen to people's stories, they draw emotions, we cry and all that. It's not unusual, it's very typical. And this is the story. This is Oba's story. This is Oba's reality story about his life and times. And so that is what we have there. And so, like I said, I'll be revealing all to you, my top fans. So if you have watched up to this extent, thank you very much. And please don't forget to like, comment, and share, and even subscribe to my channel if you haven't done that. If you're a new fan, I still appreciate you. Thank you very much. You are tuned to Sparks and Stories by Kawem, and there are stories there for you to entertain you and catch your fancy. Please don't forget to watch those stories, don't watch those videos, sorry, and listen to the story themselves. They would help. So like I said I'll be talking about even the tools, the way, the pattern of creation and all that, and that is what I'm going to do now. So for creating my images, I used Bing. I used Bing.com. That was very tasking for me, because occasionally I had to generate and regenerate using prompts for my video. I had to keep regenerating. And so for the voiceover, it's still my humble voice. Even I know some of you would prefer AI voices, maybe foreign voices. Maybe that would actually even help drive more of international presence, international culture. But I feel I'm audible enough. But in case that is what you want, also please drop it in the chat, in the comment section, so that I'm able to see that and act on it. I think my first story is in the sun will shine on those standing before it shines on those sitting, was purely AI. The second was the voice too was AI. Then the images and everything were generated. So that also happens here. But the thing is that I use my voice as the voice over here. and that is that for that. So the next thing I did after that was to bring them together using CapCut. I have a paid version of desktop version of CapCut because I'm unable to actually join my images, do all the formatting with cell phone. I prefer to do my formatting on a large screen. That is why I had to pay for the professional version. I had to pay for CapCut, and that's for the video making and all the rest. So the next thing I did there was the next thing I did there was I after the video making, after everything, I um actually made the video, um exported it, and that was that. So the video was made with CapCut, and I hope you all enjoyed it. I think I've taken all your comments. Oba, yes, you can say for Oba. Oba was, he could have been more careful. I feel I kind of see a kind of carelessness in it. Was it tiredness whenever he came back from his outings? Because he could have as well detected what was going on in his house. He could have paid more attention even when Mama Oba brought it to his knowledge that, look at what is going on in your absence, look at what is going on when you are not around. He could have actually still paid attention to all that, but he didn't, and that is where we see everything go haywire, we see everything go bad. So that is that. I have spoken about I have spoken about the tools, I have spoken about your comments, I have spoken about the characters. I've spoken a lot. So what I need is for you to drop your comments in the chat section. What do you think? And also, if you've not watched this movie full, please go back and watch it on Sparks and Story. Who did this to my children? A mother's cry for justice. Thank you. So I'll be taking my other videos. So far we've talked about my first story, my experience. Let me say we started with my experience. Thanking you, my viewers, for being top fans of Sparks and Stories by Karen. I'll never stop thanking you people, like I said, because without you people, there'll be no Sparks and Stories by Karen. We also looked at I also assured you people that I'll be discussing about what's your feedbacks on some of my videos, and bordering on picture quality, video quality, story quality, the house, the ending of certain characters, the expectations, and even your review comments. So I think I've addressed some of it. Then for the picture qualities, I think the feedback has been okay. Because if you use bing.com, it's the picture qualities are very, very sound. I also forgot to mention in the last video I discussed about, that is that of a mother's wrath, a mother's cry for who has done this to my children, a mother's cry for justice, her own kind of justice. There was a video there I did with video Gemini. I did that with VEO3, sorry, VEO3. So I did that with VEO3. The thing about VEO3 is it gives I think 8 seconds videos, and it's going to give you 3 in a day. After those 3, you have to wait. It will cycle back in the next 3 days before you get that. And even with the paid version, because at some point I had to pay for VEO3 because I liked their video generation quality. But that said, it's actually difficult keeping up to pace, like I mentioned in my earlier video. So balancing cost is another thing you have to consider, especially when you have not started earning. You also have to look at it that that's for me. But if you can go all in out for all these things, then you can as well invest so much. But I also look at it that when you don't have to compromise on quality, but at the same time, if you've not started earning, you don't have to empty your bank account. And that is why I will always encourage that if you have talents, even if it's not in this storytelling niche, just start something. Just start. Once you have that talent, mine is the storytelling niche, and I know that you have enjoyed my stories for you to tune in and watch. And when you just watch, and if you want to be part of the storytelling niche, you can also go into that. There are some that are all into food cooking niche, some into mechanicals, some into hairstyling. That's when you look at the barbers, you look at the hairdressers, you see some of them come into that niche, they use YouTube to promote their business. You even see tailors, some people do a lot of design, so, and people actually watch all this things. And there is something about evergreen contents. These are contents that people will always go back to at every time, cycle back, listen to, watch. And these evergreen contents are always very okay for people, and that also helps your viewers too. So you also have people in the football niche, all those singing niche, all those kind of things. So just come as you are, and I don't think you should empty a bank account. Like I said previously, just come as you are. When I started with animaker, like I said before, and that did cost me a lot. For Gemini, I think I spent about 28,000 naira, Nigerian naira. So converting to US, I can't really remember how much that cost me for the category I went for. I can't remember how much it cost me. But like I said, for the other one, for Animaker, that cost me about 46 to $48. I can't remember. And I've also invested in CapCut. I've invested in many other things. So, but you have to have a balance so that you don't keep spending, and you've not gotten your return on investment. Okay, yes, I've also invested in 11 labs. That is what I used for the voiceover for Medusa. Yes, I used 11 labs. I didn't use my voice. But for this last video that I discussed, I used my voice. I needed something deep. I needed a narration that would be very deep for that of Medusa. So I had to go for 11 labs. I also needed at least yes, I needed other variants for voices, and so 11 Lab provided me that professional environment. Though I'm hearing now that there's something about Google AI Studio, so we can also look into it. I will also look into that in my quiet time, in my space, and I know that I'll come up with something that will be very encouraging, that will help me sail through. I have actually listened to videos there. So like for this last video, the image generation prompt was kind of quite difficult for me to settle in with. Like I mentioned before, sometimes when these videos when you give that prompt, you see images in some instances, even in being, when you like say, and the child was crying, you just want to represent a child that is or the woman was crying, you want to represent an adult that is crying, maybe for something, just to make that visual effect okay for your viewers, so that they are able to follow through your stories. But you see, in some instances, being will flag that as a violation, that is violence. And I'm wondering, I'm saying, this is just to depict what I'm saying. I'm not saying that people are fighting. I'm not saying that she gave him a blow. I'm just saying that people are crying and that somebody is crying. It can just be even somebody crying. What's so negative about somebody crying, really? Being has stiffened their policy so much that some of those images don't come out again using Bing. In time past, I used to generate freely with Bing. That's what I use for my story with Medusa. That's what I use for my story with who has done this to my children, a mother's cry for justice. So I used Bing a lot in those instances. I used Bing, I used ChatGPT, but I kind of see it now that Bing, I think it has some restrictions. It does have some restrictions, because then when I put in those image prompts, it will just come out like that, and some instances it will just not even show me what I'm requesting for, and you see that these are real challenges when even normal expressions come out and attend violence or attend something. So you now have to keep editing and editing your prompt. You now have to keep walking around the corners just to get something that should be done in seconds. You kind of spend so much time. So the challenge I have sometimes or most times is in generating the visuals that will go with the story. Fine, my stories have been original. I think about these stories, I write them. Then for some of them, I have done the narrations like I mentioned, and for some of them, I used AI voices, used 11 labs for it. So, and in all this, I would say it has been very insightful for me. It has been very insightful for me bringing images together. And but you even see that in some of those stories, you see that the images you are getting, you just keep the image generation is actually a big one for me. Please, if you have any easier way of doing this, please drop it in the chat comments. I'm able to follow through. I'm able to work, and I'm able to work with that comment and improve myself, because I spend a lot of time getting these images, and I know that it's not easy on me. It also increases the length of time I spend when it comes to video editing and all the rest. And that is where you, my top fans, come in. So I'd like you all to put heads together and help me in this, please. Then another thing that is of interest to me, or has is okay, you may bring the images, you bring the videos together, you have your voiceover, you have your stories first. That's actually something before you start generating everything. And then when you come together, bring all these things together, you have a complete video. And the tool that will help you in bringing all these videos into a complete set is CapCut. That said, let us see what my next video holds in place for us. I know I have been very open to you people, but if there are still certain things you would like me to talk about, please drop it in the in the chat comment. So in my next engaging section with you people, in my next session review of my journey so far, I'm able to add that up, and then for you, my top viewers. So I'll start with the next video without wasting so much time. I'll just go ahead and start with the next video. And my next video is on Omali, big girl, big city gifts, lies, big city gifts, deceit. Omali, Omali Chamwa, Omali, the beauty that shook the city. So let's quickly dive in. What is this thing about Omali? So the story starts with Omali, the people in the village, talking about this beauty that has emerged, this beauty that has grown with them, that has been part of them, and that actually stands out. It's some a beauty, a rare beauty to behold. And it was no other person like than Omali. They described her as having a hazelnut skin, glowing skin, a rare kind of skin, a kind of glowing complexion. You will not call it dark, you will not call it fair. Just striking beauty. Her eyes were like hazel, her brows so okay, her hips well curved, and whenever she walked, it curved like the sacred river Oji. And she didn't walk normal, she didn't walk like we say she's walking, she's gliding. You see her gliding to one side or the other with her hips, her well feminine features staring you in the face. And so Omali was termed the she was recognized in the village as a very beautiful person. Words went round in the village, and everybody actually appreciated her beauty. She would stand before the mirror, she would admire herself. I think that beauty actually made her vain. Is there something about being beautiful and being vain? I wouldn't know. But then, in this case, for my character, we saw Omali being self conscious, self aware of her very feminine, attractive features, which endorsed her beauty. So we saw her admiring herself openly. We saw her introducing herself with her nickname as Fearfully, because she saw herself as fearfully and wonderfully made by Almighty God, who created her and who placed everything in its right shape, in its right place, who made her perfect, who made her just perfect. There was nothing about her that you would say, okay, this should have been like this. Oh, her height should have been like this. Her hair should. She was just perfect, the perfect creation, and people lined up just to. They just her beauty just stood out in the village, and everybody knew that this was a rare beauty. She will stand in front of the mirror and she will say, see, look at how, see as I snatch, look at how beautiful I am, look at how endowed I am. Is this what one man will come one day and take all this to himself? I mean, it was all about beauty to her. It was all about beauty for her. She saw nothing else apart from, yeah, I'm beautiful. That is what the world wants. That is what I can give to the world. That is what I can look into the face of the world and give back to them. This beauty is rare. This beauty is something that that should be beheld. This beauty is something that this beauty is something to die for from this world. So we saw Omali and depict that. We saw her show that. So we also saw the aspect of admiration. The villagers admired every bit of her. They even said, oh, her hands must not touch firewood. Those fingers were not meant for splitters. That's She shouldn't even have touch anything or do house chores that would damage that beauty. She was their village pride. So if it was in the days of modeling where you have Miss World, Miss Nigeria, Miss, I think she should have represented the people of Umuagu. I think that is where she was from. She could have been boldly represented them, and that was their pride. They didn't want anything to damage or taint their pride. So we also saw the aspects of her admirers coming around her. We saw people from Onisha buy her perfume, buy her wrapper. People crumbled at her knees, begging her for her to accept their proposals, their hands in marriage. But Omali knew. She was self-aware, and because of that, she felt nobody was enough for her. So on one fateful day, one fateful afternoon, when the hens were moving around, typical of a village life, cool evening breeze, trees are moving up and down. I don't know of any village house, at least talking about the eastern part, that doesn't have trees. Trees are typical and very synonymous with ancestral homes, with village homes, with country homes. You want to go back and see those trees. You want to go back. They are fruiting. They are bringing forth fruits that are edible, that you can enjoy. You can always walk up and take those fruits at any time you want. These are things that everybody will look up to. When you are going back to the village, you say, okay, I want to take African pear. That's, we call it Odara. Some cultures we call it Agbalimo. You want to take those. You want to take avocado. You want to take shop. You want to take okwa, breadfruit. So you want to take all those things. So maybe when you're seeing somebody coming back from home or from village, you expect those natural things from them. You can't readily say, oh, bring okwa for me when you're for a city person. But when you see people coming back, you want to say, okay, bring oil, bring gari. You expect those natural fruits. You expect those natural things from them. And that is why I said, you even orange, all those things. That's why I said that it's very typical for you to have village houses with country homes with trees, because there are expectations from those trees. They will fruit, they would have their fruits, they will be harvested, and they will be eaten. That's how nature is. Nature. And the aspect of pollution, so in some of the villages in the eastern part, you see them having like red soil. Maybe that's red soil that could pollute the environment. Well, you can say that, but yeah, that kind of brings you back closer to nature. That is just what that remote area, country home, village does for people. It takes you away from the hustle and bustle of city life and brings you to a place where you can meditate, where you can have your quiet, where you can have your cool, where you are closer to nature, where you can interact with nature, where things are more about nature for you, definitely. So that is the essence of your village house that you will see, that you will readily interact with. Excuse me, my viewers. So that is what you readily interact with. So that is that. So um what next will I say? What next will I say? So that is that. So we saw that in that cool evening, where small animals, domestic animals like chickens, were moving around, roasting and all that, goats bleating and all that, even little children playing around, because it's very typical of village. You see them playing all those games, tentem, all those kind of games that nature avails them to play. Every backspace, every small space is an avenue for those children to come together and play. So we see them in that cool evening, and that is when we see Omale's childhood friend Dima come back home to the village. So Dima came back home to the village, and on coming back to the village, Dima visited Omale. She went to Omale's house, shared her experiences. They did some catch up. Dima was her childhood friend who they had both done some tailoring in the time past, and Omale was the best in the tailoring school in the village. Dima was also okay, but Omali was the best. She stood out. And so that's a rare combination, a beauty and brains also. Her hands were well skilled. She was a very skilled tailor. That's which means people will even come to her again and say, okay, Omali sew this clothes for me. Even despite, and even her beauty would have even attracted customers to her to come there. And there is something attracting customers to your side. It's actually another thing again to keep those customers. So Omali had what it took to actually attract those customers to her side. She actually had what it took to keep those customers too. So that was that for Omali. So having said this, I'll still go back. So that is that for the sewing. So that is that for the sewing school and everything. So apart from the chit chatting, she had bonded with Dimma, and Dimma now, after the whole thing, Dimma went to the city, and that is where Dimma developed her skills more, and she became her own madam, her own boss. Her business was expanding. She could earn more, because the earning power in the village is actually very low. You can't compare it to that of the city, and it's expected, because in the village you are not paying so much house rent. Most of those houses they are staying in is the ancestral home, so you are not even paying rent. And in some instances where you have to pay rent, they also consider amenities and all those things being available to you, so the rent is actually going to be low there. So I don't see it as being very possible that she could actually so in the village so much as to earn and cover up everything she needed, all her expectations, all her dreams and all that. So I don't think that would have been so possible for her to do. So we see Dimma coming to her and telling her about city life, telling her, I'm sure she would have even enticed her. If you sew 10 clothes in city, you could get XYZ. But look at you now wasting your talent, and you are even the best student in her class. come with me, let us go to Lagos, let us do something different, let us do um something unique, let us strike Lagos with our talents. She wanted them to collab, she wanted them to come together, collab, and do something great, and do something tidy, and do something busy for themselves. But Omali, Omali also gave it a thought. I wouldn't say a but, because to her, when she thought about it, she said, this will give her an opportunity. Not even somebody as fearfully and wonderfully made like her. She had outgrown the village. Nothing about it enticed her again, except people were kept admiring her. But these are people she didn't want, because she knew she deserved something better than enticing her with perfume, goats, and all those things. She knew she deserved those city gigs. She knew her body build, her body structure was not something that she just waste away in all those kind of village life, maybe with little or no amenities. So when Dima came with her offer, I wouldn't say that Dima enticed her, because all these things would have also been going on in Omali's mindset, that okay, if I do this, I'm able to strike this balance, I'm able to get this, I'm be able to achieve this. This is actually going to help me in XYZ. So Dimma came around, told her about the city life and all that, and Omali bought the idea. So the next thing before she left, like since she was staying with her parents, was to tell them why she was going to leave the village and go to the city. But when we see her discuss with her parents, we see in the movie that her parents are naive in the sense that it is not all this kind of parents that will scrutinize you, make you dot all your i's and cross all your t's, ask you questions and determine all the golden answers you have to give for the particular questions they are going to ask you, and make sure that you answer those questions effectively and very well, because they are going to ask those questions expecting key answers, key details from you. So we see that that's not the kind of parents, that's not those were not the kind of parents Omali had. Her parents were naive. They are not the kind that will ask you that where are you going to, okay, drop the address, drop the phone number of the person you are going to, going to, how long are you staying, what are the prospects there, how good is this person's character. They were not that kind of parents. They were just okay with her saying that, okay, I'm going to the city, and they said okay. They did not bring in any showstopper. They did not try to dissuade her. They did not bring in any expectations from her that she had to meet, any criteria, any key expectations for her to meet. So it was very permissive for them to say, okay, just go. Since you want to go to the city, go explore the city, be happy basically. And then if you finish exploring the city and you still just go. So that is what we learned there. Their naive nature, they didn't object. And so Omali getting their consent was city bound. So Dimba had already gone back to the city from what we could infer. So Omali had her address, had Dimma's address. Dimma was going to be her hostess, and because she didn't know, that was her first time in Lagos, that was her first time in the city, so she didn't know any other place. So that was going to be her first port of call, expectedly. That was to be her first port of call. That was to be her safe haven. And we see Omali arrive in Lagos, and at the car park, just where they had stopped her, just moving around trying to draw her load. Her physique, her uniqueness, her fearfully and wonderfully made self caught the attention of somebody. His name was Femi. So Femi saw Omali, and immediately it was love at first sight. Femi was well established, even from the description of his outfit and the colon, the wristwatch, the shoes shining, the expensive suit, and everything. We could see it that we could infer really that Femi was a very rich man. And so when he further offered to take her to his house, she looked back, she saw the Prado Jeep. Now we can deduce of Omale as somebody who came prepared for city life, because at that point, Femi was still a stranger to her. So, what any naive person or anybody could have done then was, okay, maybe put a call through to Dima, ask her, do I do this, do I do, since Dima was her only contact person, the reason why she was coming to Lagos, she didn't know any other person. Dima was going to be like her guardian, guiding her through on the key expectations of city life and all the rest, guiding her so that she doesn't um she's not misguided as to start doing things she's not supposed to do, or go to where she's not supposed to go to. But we see Omali actually bypassed that protocol. Omali did not take the toe of, she did not take the line of calling Dima, or even suspect that why would I follow a stranger after all these news we hear of missing persons? Are you going to actually trust somebody just for lifts like that without suspecting that, okay, why am I the only person this person is reaching out to? Do I know this person? I don't know this person from Adams. Could it be that his wealth is even not pure? Could it be that he's even a ritualist? Why is he coming to me with all these security concerns that are going up and down everywhere? Why is this person feeling very safe to approach me, to trust him with my life in his car? I mean, anything could have happened in the car. If he was a ritualist, if he was fetish, he could have as well used her or harmed her, really. So we have cases even in advanced countries of missing persons who have taken lift, and maybe the person drove them, in the case of advanced countries, to all these places where you have woods, where you have forests, where even if the person screams from morning till daybreak, nobody is going to hear their voice, nobody is going to lend them a helping hand. They are just going to continue screaming and screaming and screaming till God knows when, till thy kingdom come. So we saw that. We also saw but Omali did not see that from that particular perspective. Omali rather turned her back, and on turning her back again, she saw the very expensive car that Femi was going out for. So everything about Omali's attraction for Femi was actually all about the wealth, all about the riches. She saw What she saw in him was, okay, maybe a meal ticket per se. This guy is well made, and this is everything I have missed in the village. This is not like all those village boys that will be bringing perfume and feeling sweating like they brought perfume. But now I have the opportunity to actually explore. So she came prepared for city life. She wasn't that naive village girl that you will see. And who knows this again, who can recall in time past when people wanted to get married in some cultures, they will go to the village. They believe that those girls there were reserved, they were tame, they were calm, they didn't know anything. But these days we see that it is even the village girls that are even more exposed than the so-called city girls, because the so-called city girls have been brought up in that city life. There's nothing enticing about it that will wow them so much as to go out of their way and start doing things that and are strange, or be so excited. What are you going to excite them about? I mean, they've seen it all. It has been part of them growing up. So they are not going to start acting wild or making wild demands, wild expectations, wild dreams, wild lines. They are not. It's well, I wouldn't give 100% ultimatum. I'll leave room to chance, but I don't see that being so common these days, that okay, ascribing virtues to people simply because they are from the village or they are village girls and all those things. It's not so common to ascribe virtues to them. People kind of ascribe virtues to individuals now, okay, basing it on individuals and all the rest. And so we see another phase of Omali as she enters the car. Then Dimma's call. I think Dimma, getting worried, called her, friend, if the bus from the village was arriving by 5 or by 3 or by whatever, it's past time now for them to arrive. I've not seen you. What's happening? That was when she told Dimma her tale, that she met this young bobo, she met this young guy who is trim, who is clean from head to toe, and she's actually in his car and they are driving straight home. Tima was surprised. Even in her nature, she hadn't been so adventurous. Why would her friend embark on such wild adventure? She actually asked herself, "Oh, Mali, are you mad? How would you follow a stranger, a total stranger? This is not Umuagum, a village that is guided by rules, the fear of maybe their deities, the fear of, and maybe a closed community where everybody knows one another. This is Amadi's child, this is Okonkwo's child, so there's a kind of neat, you can trace your kins, you can trace your roots in the village, but in city it's just wide, it's just big, and people will say it's no man's land. So I think that was the point of view. That was from the angle Dimma came from, by asking her, are you mad? Why would you even go through this? Why would you follow a stranger you just met now and you're following him home? Home to where? But fortunately for Omali, Femi was genuine. Femi was legit. Femi took her to his house in Ikoyi, one of his houses actually, and he still gave her her privacy. He didn't say, okay, come to my house and resume wifely duty immediately. You're now my property, come and start doing your wifely duties, all those things. He didn't do that. He gave her her space. He gave her her space to think about and to just take her time, not just bringing her and, like I said, converting her to a wife and expecting her to do wifely duties. And so we see the house in which Femi put Omali. It was tastefully furnished. The wardrobes were beautiful, the floor well tiled, marble floor, neat closet, neat room, very tastefully furnished. And she marveled, and to her, she felt she had arrived. Now, to Femi, this love at first sight wasn't just ordinary. He had lost his wife and children to an auto crash in past years. And to him, Omali was his miracle. Omali was everything he had ever prayed for and wanted in a woman. Omali was his all and all. Omali was everything to him. And so we see that. So the next thing we know, the next thing we learn of is that Femi did not stop at that. From interactions, he must have learned that she was a tailor, she was highly skilled and all that. He now enrolled her in a fashion academy, got her things that will make her refine her tailoring skills. And this actually brings us to the fact that handwork skills can actually still make one sell. It doesn't have to be everybody all clutched down in the office, under AC, shivering and just racking our brains for everything. Could be widespread. So you have the skilled tailors who put your garments together, and you buy those garments again, and so everything goes round, everything circulates. So Femi gifted her an a Prado, gifted her that, and also opened a high-end boutique for her. So we see Femi as a very focused man. He didn't want her to be idle. Like in some places, you see even their wives, they are typically housewives sitting down. So you have a lot. Sometimes you see those housewives going out to gossip because of idle time. But the very committed housewife, because before, I've tried this even when I'm on leave, before you can finish the house chores, it could claim some hours, some long time from your day. except maybe you have all those things well arranged for you. So but Femi did not. What I'm bringing out from all this respectfully is that Femi did not leave her idle. Femi actually made sure that her hands were engaged in something that will keep her busy, something that will keep her profitable, so she doesn't feel like, oh, so when I need 1 naira, when I need to buy even the littlest thing I need to buy, I have to fall back on this man. And it doesn't give you that financial independence as a woman. So Femi actually catered for that, ensuring that she had that financial independence and that was well taken care of and settled for her. Femi made sure of that. So that was that for Omali. She had the fashion academy to refine her skills. She already had the boutique to to sell and to manage and to have her level of independence, be her own boss, and not be an idle hand, most importantly. And so aside that, Femi also had earlier on gifted her a Prado. That's for mobility, so that she's not stuck around looking for who will take her to wherever she wants to take her. And I'm sure, though not mentioned, Femi would have, since she didn't know how to drive, it's either he had taught her how to drive or had organized, maybe taking her to a driving school where she learned how to drive, which I feel maybe he would have done the latter because of his tight schedule. Because we learn from there that Femi is a senator and a politician and had earned his money despite his calmness. He didn't stop at that. To also ensure communication between them, Femi also got her a phone, the latest iPhone, so that she could communicate better with him. And he made sure that all red carpet events, all key events, he took her along with him, and so that she would grace that occasion with him. He was showcasing her to the world. He was proud of her, and he was grateful actually that he had gotten somebody that would take care of him and he will not be lonely again. And he had gotten a companion, somebody he could talk with, somebody he could share his dreams with, somebody he could engage better and further with. And that was Omali. That was the person he found in Omali. But did Omali find that person in him? Please go to Sparks and Stories and watch Omali. Watch Omali, then come back to this comment section and comment on it, so that you have a better understanding of our review. Or you could, if since it's a live session, you could actually finish up with the review and that is that about that. That would help. And that is that would also help really. So the next thing to consider here now is, after all this, Omali still would come out, and whenever she came out maybe to stroll somewhere, she gains the admiration of people. People will look at her, people will say, this is a rare creation. This is God creating on Sunday when he was resting, and so he took his time and created this perfect beauty. And so on one of the days when she went to her exquisite salon, she was, obviously it was a unisex salon, so one of the people there who came to obviously maybe shave their hair, or I wouldn't know, because even came to the salon to take care of themselves, actually saw her. That was in person of Chief Okonkwo. So when Chief Okonkwo saw her, it's described that Chief Okonkwo's mouth was open longer than appropriate, which means he was out. He was taken aback by her beauty. It was something that overwhelmed him. Maybe he hadn't seen something like that before. He hadn't seen that kind of rare beauty before. So he was overwhelmed by Omali's beauty. He could only stare, he could only marvel, he could only wonder at God's creation. How was it possible that somebody perfectly molded like this existed? And so that is what we saw in Chief Okonkwo, how he marveled at Omali's beauty. And so Chief Okonkwo did not stop at that. Chief Okonkwo also got her a car. He got her a car. He always gifted her 2 million naira every Sunday. He wanted her to be happy, he wanted her to be comfortable, he was his prized jewel, and secretly he actually also wanted her to be his wife and a stepmother to his son. We'll come to that later. So Okonkwo had a principle. He wanted her exclusively to himself. So he didn't want that having multiple partners or multiple dating. So, but Omali, an adult, consented. So Chief Okonkwo was expected to be her all in all, the only person she would know or be with. But did Omali keep to that? Did Omali keep to that exclusive rule um of Chief Okonkwo? Just stay tuned. Stay tuned, and after that, please go and watch Omali on Sparks and Stories by Kawem. So, what next? What next? So, on one of the occasions when she was in her boutique, a tech bro, somebody highly techy, walked into the boutique. He wanted to buy a birthday gift for his sister. On seeing Omali, he was taken aback. He couldn't even buy anything again. He was just looking at her. He beckoned on her to please help him select a birthday gift for his sister. But he couldn't just get his eyes off Omali, and Omali knew. Omali saw that. Omali saw him stare, marvel at her beauty, admire her, and all the rest. And Omali actually encouraged it to her. It was something she welcomed. She did not caution him. She did not say, okay, I have a Femi, I have an Okonkwo. To her, the more the merrier. And that is why every time she went home, she stood in front of the mirror, not the usual mirror on the wall now, but she stood in front of the mirror, the peak of vanity, admiring herself. Not, it's okay to admire yourself, but this time around, she had to always reaffirm herself. She would say, you have you are fearfully and wonderfully made, just like her nickname, Fearfully, which had already become part of her. Why would one man want all this to himself? Why would one man want a meal that can feed the nation all to himself? She will recite that, and she will go on again with a stronger will to conquer the world with her beauty, to conquer the world and rule the world with her beauty. And so back to what we are saying, the tech bro introduced himself as Obika, and Obika was fell in love with Omali at first sight. So Obika won her a contract for where she would be a model for some company. And for that period, for a period, just a face and everything, Obika helped her in skincare. And as if that was not enough, Obika took her abroad, that's to Dubai, for a vacation. And to ensure she went for that vacation, she had to lie, because at that point there was going to be a clash. Femi wanted her to walk the red carpet with him on one of his special locations. But when she brought forward that they were going to teach her a new skill in the fashion academy he had enrolled her for, Femi actually had to mellow down. He stepped down his demand because he wanted the best for her. He wanted her to excel in life. He didn't want to be selfish. He wanted her to be happy. He wanted her to be independent, as we can see from his trail and track record, how he nurtured her and did everything possible for her. So he consented. Go ahead, learn your new skills, come out better, come out perfect, come and conquer the world. Chief Okonkwo, on his own part, was out of the town on a business spree. Yeah. So that availed her the opportunity that these other two men have knocked them off. Now I have time for a new fish. And so she was able to go to Dubai. On coming back from Dubai, Obika had also gifted her a Tesla. Yeah, a Tesla. So a big car and everything. Taking care of her, taking her shopping, and made her life wow, you understand. So on coming back from Dubai, her friend Dima visited her. Her friend Dima marveled at Omali's house, at Omali's achievement that she had achieved in a short space, something she, Dima, was still struggling for, something she, Dima, could not afford, something she, Dima, was rather offering her something lower, not knowing that she was destined to have something big. Then Dima said something to her, which was very striking, but Omali still did not listen. She told her clearly, friend, you have all these men at your beck and call. You have the high, you have the mighty, you have the rich. You have all of them at your beck and call. Why juggle all of them up? Why don't you choose somebody from them and settle down? Have your home, be happy, rather than jumping from one bed to another, fulfilling somebody's desires today, fulfilling another's desire today. Just settle down with one of these people and be happy and be your complete self. But did Omali listen? Of course not. Omali would not listen. The Omali you and I know did not listen to Femi. She rather felt, why was he giving her that kind of advice? Why was he advising her? Just stay on your lane. Why was she advising her, really? Sorry. Why was Dima advising her? Because we did not see her accept Dima's very truthful advice. She rather told Dima to heal her, that she was fearfully, that she should heal her, that more like, just heal me, I'm too much, which Dima playfully obliged. And then we also see her on one of the days when she was trekking out to a supermarket. She just wanted to have an evening walk. She met somebody, a website designer. His name was Kola. So Kola helped her in getting a website where she could showcase all her designs and all those things. Online is the in thing now. Internet has helped many businesses. So Kola helped her her bring her skills to online where people could readily see her, not just the brick and mortar kind of a brick and mortar store where you have to come to her boutique before you see her. So Kola brought the boutique online where people could make order and all that. Kola was funny, even in the course of the introduction when she said she was fearful. He had to ask her, should I run? And so it was something that they could connect and she could feel peace with Kola. But Kola was broke. So she rather saved him as sweet but broke, no match. She rather saved him as that, sweet but broke, no match, and that was that for her. So, but and for the other people, she also had things she saved their names as. For each one of them she saved their name. I think for Femi it was Big Mugu. For Okonkwo it was is in Medium Mugu. Then for Obika it was Small Mugu. Then this other one was Broke, no match. She had something sinister, something disrespectful to save their names with. Mugu means a fool. So you can imagine, after everything Femi did for Omali still called him a fool, which means he was just being foolish around her. Okonkwo was being foolish around her. In short, she felt the whole world was built around her just to worship her, and everybody was her subject and she could step on them. That is how far her beauty and vanity drew her and eroded her sense of reasoning. And so we saw Omali now, at some point, her actions came looking in her face, because you can't continue playing games like this. One day your games will outsmart you. And so we saw Efemi come one of those days excitedly to Omali's house to tell her that he would like to introduce her to his parents so that they can start the marriage plans. But Omali wasn't excited. Omali still wanted to explore. She had other people, and to her, these were just foolish men who she wasn't ready to be owned, like she said, like she communicated to us. But she had to pretend in order to keep all the goodies and to keep the journey going so far. So she pretended she accepted, and Femi left happily like a happy child. So but on getting outside, Femi met Obika. Obika was his friend. And so Obika asked him what he was doing there. He told Obika he came to propose to his friend and that his fiancée, and that he will be taking her to see the parents the next day, and that he was actually gifting her the house he had told Obika's brother, who was a lawyer, to help prepare the house documents. This act actually wowed Obika. And at this point, Obika opened up to him that, oh, he also has a babe in that estate, and that this action which he had said about is now going to make him fast forward things and settle down with his babe. And unknown to these two men, they were talking about the same person, no other person but Omali Changma. Omali was the same person these two men were talking about. So fast forward, Omali sensed that Omali saw them talking at some point from her close, comfortable distance, and it unsettled her. So when Obika came and they finally got talking, Obika offered that they should go out on a shopping spree to a diamond shop. And Omali always liked very good things. So diamond to her was actually struck something in her. She wouldn't mind having diamond in her jewelry set or having more, we she it was something she actually wanted, and it's something she couldn't resist. And Obika also dropped that hint for her. His father was going to travel soon, so he would like her to meet his father before the father traveled so that they can start marriage plans. This actually did not also sit well with Omali, because to her she thought in one day two marriage proposals, and she wasn't even ready. She didn't even want any of them. So why all this marriage brouhaha? She wasn't ready at all for them. So that was it, and that was that for Omali. So she was, in order to get that diamond was a pull for her, so she consented. So she dressed up. They first of all went to the diamond shop, where she shopped and shopped and shopped, and Obika spared no expense. It's anyone she pointed out that she wanted, he told her to take it. He actually paid. She admired herself in the mirror. She was very happy, and afterwards it was time to go see Ebuka's dad. So they walked into Ebuka's father's mansion, which was surrounded by servants, and they were all astonished at Omali's beauty. Like I said, she was a drop dead beauty, somebody that you couldn't resist looking at. She was extremely beautiful, like a goddess. So they admired her, and she knew also. So it even made her increase. If she was going to catwalk one leg, one step, she made sure she took her time in catwalking so that they have enough time to admire her rare beauty. So getting into the house, still servants still around, Obika gave her a drink. She took it, and she sipped with her delicate nature, sipping through the drink and all that. So after some time, they heard some footsteps. It was no other person than Chief Okonkwo coming down from the stairs. And wow, Chief Okonkwo was not looked and called out. The Obika did the introduction, and Okonkwo said, is this not Fearfully? Say, how do you know her name? How do you know her nickname? Fearfully is her nickname. She always says that playfully. How come you know that? At this point, Omali knew that her game with Obika and Okonkwo was up, and it was up in a very shameful manner. So Okonkwo told Obika, this is the woman I've always told you I want to bring in here. I'm still studying her. I want her to be your stepmother. I really loved her. I liked her. And I actually wanted her to be your stepmother. This is that same woman I've been telling you about. Obika was heartbroken. So you're dating me, you're dating father and son. Are you that such a person as to date father and son? That's old and young. You mix everything together. That was the breaking point for Obika because he couldn't handle that shock. Omali was Omali cried because her shame had been her game had been unraveled. And this was even in the midst of the same servants who had admired her and who she was happy were looking at her, admiring her beauty. So now they were all looking at her. Look at this woman, oh, look at this madam. Look at what she has done to our bosses. Look at, how servants do their gossip and all the rest. So it wasn't an easy moment for her. It wasn't an easy moment for Omali. So after that, we actually still see that Omali is we actually still see Omali try to leave in her Prado car, which she had driven there because they drove in a convoy. She had told um Obika that she would go to the salon after that. So, but Chief Okonkwo intersected, asked the servants to close the door. He asked for his car keys. He didn't want to leave anything with her. He reclaimed at least the most expensive thing he had given her. We didn't hear him ask about all the cash gifts he had parted with before, but it's expected that he would have thought that okay, she must have spent all that and all the rest. And so with her exit finally on foot, because Chief Okonkwo said she can leave with her legs but not with my car. So at that point, that was it. So she had to leave with her legs and not with the car. So that was that. So Obika went to the club drinking. He was heartbroken. And no other person came there again apart from his friend. His friend cited in that's Femi. Came there, was consoling him, doing Olu Consola, doing Remilekun, what the Yorubas will say a consoler, somebody that would console and wipe away tears. And so in the midst of that, Femi's phone rang and the phone was on the table. And so Obika asked, what is my babe's picture doing here? I said, do you know her? I said, is this not Omali Fearfully? So this is the Femi said, this is the girl I was telling you about, the same girl I want to introduce to my parents tomorrow. So you've also been played though, which means father, son, and friend have been played. The same woman played and used our brain. Femi was heartbroken. Don't forget that this was a lady he had planned to settle down with, that would console him, that was like a comfort zone for him, a safe haven for him. But now it was obvious that she had no plans for him. But he still picked her call just to know what she was up to. And when she spoke as if nothing had happened, nothing had ruffled her during the day. She was actually asking about the time of the day that they would go and see Femi's parents, just to keep playing the game with, okay, this one has, my bubble has been busted here, I've been exposed here. But there's still room for me here. I can still play my cards here. I can still have other alternatives. I can still have other choices. After all, I'm beauty encompassing, she was still very full. She was still very full of herself. So that is what we see in Omali at this stage. So Femi was actually surprised that she could actually brush that aside. She wasn't crying. She wasn't like locked up indoors. She was unruffled as if nothing had happened. So that was a kind of cold-hearted person that he was dealing with, somebody who was always going to be unmoved by anything and just take on her next victim like that. So he actually had a discussion with Obika right there with him that they were going to pay Omali a visit in the morning and see what she was up to. Don't forget that in the morning was when she was supposed to go with Femi to his parents' house. But now these two men decided that they were going to pay her a visit and see what she was up to. And so in the morning of, in the said morning, they got up, they drove to Omali's house. Surprisingly, Omali was just at the gate, at the estate gate, with no other person but Kola, discussing and chatting away. And these two men, Femi and Obika, walked up to her. As they were walking, they had their ears pinned down, and they could hear her. They could hear Kola admiring her clothes, because that was the dress that Kola bought her. So they could hear him admiring her dress and all that. And so the next thing that happened was that they asked Kola who, just to confirm who Omali was to him, and Kola confirmed that that was his babe. So in that shock, amidst that shock, the phone rang. That's Omali's phone rang, and it showed Big Mugu there. So, and it was Chief Okonkwo who was calling her for God knows what. You know, some of these, I wouldn't know why he was calling her. Maybe to talk to her that you shamed me, was, maybe he just wanted to have a closure or something, but he reached out to her. And she said, "Leave me alone, Miss Chief Okonkwo. What else do you want from me? You've taken your car from me. You've taken everything. For why? What else do you want from me? Leave me alone." And she hung up. But Obika, that's Chief Okonkwo's son, and Femi had already caught the name that showed on the display of the phone, which meant that was the name she used in saving Chief Okonkwo, Big Mugu. And so each one of them dialed her number. Big Mugu, the other one, Mugu, sorry, and Femi saw his own as Big Mugu. The other person, Chief Okonkwo, was Medium Mugu. Obika was Small Mugu. Kola too was also dialed just to know. At this point, she couldn't have hidden the phone or done anything except if she has switched it off defiantly. But we see maybe at that point when you've been caught in your act, we are all humans. It's going to shake you a bit, at least take you aback, especially since you didn't have a hint about what was coming to you. So it's actually expected. I think it's in line. So please drop your comments on that she'll be taken aback on how to navigate the whole situation. So when they saw that Kola saw sweet but broke, no match, that actually broke Kola, because in short, all the men genuinely loved her, because I wanted to say Kola actually loved her, but all of them genuinely loved her. And so at that point, Femi threw caution into the winds. He showed her the house documents, which were already signed, which were already prepared in her name, and she was just going to sign it and own that house forever. It was her if she was going to rent it out when they got married, but that was going to be her personal house. And Femi was that liberal, he didn't mind. So, but now he showed her that document and said, "You see this? You are going to see of it, but you will not partake of it. I'm not giving you again because of what you did. In short, let me have my car keys." He collected everything he had gifted her. He said, "Let me have my." He at first he hadn't taken the phone. Obika was already very angry, so Obika asked for the car keys for his Tesla, and they now asked each other, "Should I take the iPhone which I bought from?" At some point, Femi said, "No, I have to take it. I don't want to leave anything with this girl. She feels smart." The insult, everything. It wasn't like she even did this and gave us some honor, some dignity, even to the extent of saving our names with something very derogatory. So he collected the iPhone in that fury. Obika, trying to drive off, said, "No, I'm not even going to leave her with this wig." He went there and took the wig he had bought for her. So after everything, she was now left with that gown from Kola that she was wearing. And so she turned to Kola. She was already broken. The other men had driven and said, in tears now, "Are you going to take your gown also?" But we see Kola play a matured role here. Kola said no, that whatever was given in love cannot be collected. He wasn't going to go into collecting what was given in love. He's not going to go into collecting any of such from him, and all that. And so that was that was gone. And so that was it. So she knelt down at that point, broken, and she said, that was when she appreciated Kola's love. All this while she had always had connection with Kola. Don't forget, that is why she called him sweet but bro, because Kola always made her laugh. But these other men were very much like transactional. So she asked Kola to give her another chance, but Kola refused, telling her that she didn't value his love and that he wasn't going to go through that again. So at that point, she had to step down and give it all up and forget about that. So that was that. And we see her, because even she had her things were already out of that Femi's house. So we see her pick up her load, her baggage, her pain, her shame, and straight to the bus park. One would have expected her to go to Dima's house, but she would have wanted to give herself a level of dignity, a level of shame by not going back to Dima's house. It would have been a thing of from grace to grass. And she wouldn't want Dima to see her as a failure, at least not in that very vulnerable moment. I'm just giving excuses for her. You can drop your comments in the chat. And so what we saw is that she went in and she said that beauty can open the door for you, but character keeps you inside. She was broken and she was bound now to her village. She had her box in her hands, and of course she we saw her in a taxi. We don't expect that she was totally bankrupt. Don't forget that she had done some modeling at some point. Don't forget that she had been gifted cash at some point by Chief Okonkwo Steady. And don't forget that Femi was a generous giver. Don't forget that she owned a boutique where she must have made sales which were going to be in her bank account. So we don't expect her to be totally bankrupt. At least if she could invest in all what she had scraped out, it would be something worthwhile. But on Mali, is she really going to invest? But if she could invest, it could actually help her. It would help her a lot. But we don't know about how far, whether she would actually invest. But then that is that about that. So we saw that. We saw that aspect of Omali now taxi bound and getting to the bus park, and then finally stepping out, rolling her things towards the luxurious cars. And then in the midst of it, she cried out to us what I've just told you about beauty opening the door for her, and character did not keep her there. She forgot the importance of one important table. That important table could have been Femi. If she wanted, it could have been any of these men, because they all genuinely loved her. And it's not like they were broke people. Each one of them could actually, even call her that she called sweet but broke, could actually give her a decent lifestyle. It doesn't have to be so much. Attitude is everything. If the attitude was right or is right, with time they could have built something up for themselves, something that they both look at and be proud of themselves. It doesn't have to be so much of ready made. And if not sounding like the moralist, if she wanted the ready-made type, she had that at her beck and call at that particular moment. And that is what we have for Omali. That's the end of the story. And so, like I promised you, my viewers, I will always talk about what I use. So the picture quality for Omali was okay. People liked it. They liked that her physique were captured, the images. Though some people complained about the similar characters, but that's the problem of generating with AI. Sometimes you have to make all these prompts come so similar, but you still see some generations that are not very similar. So for my pictures, I used Gemini AI. I also use VEO3 for my video. For the beginning part of that video, I used Dreamina also for my pictures. So if you're watching this, you're really going to get value, because this is me coming out bare and open so that you assess my journey so far. So those were the tools, and of course that's for image generation and for video generation. And of course I used my voice for Omali's to tell Omali's story. And for CapCut, I use CapCut to bring all those stories together and present it to you, my viewers. And I really do hope, and I believe strongly that you all enjoyed Omali. You all enjoyed Omali's story. And please do share your comments, do share your thoughts on Omali's story, what you would have expected to happen. Should we have a part two? Should I tell you more about Omali? Just drop in the comments. Let's hear you. Let's hear you, my viewers. You are well appreciated. Thank you very much. So the next story I'll be talking about is the story on the mermaid who got betrayed, the mermaid's betrayal. So this story is centered on a mermaid who fell in love with human. And so from the onset um, of the story, we learn about the mermaids. And so this particular mermaid's name was Nerissa. She was the fairest of her three sisters. There were three sisters and daughters of Queen Mabel. So Nerissa had a flair for the surface. That's what we call the outside world. That's what we call the human world. So she would always swim to the surface of the sea and admire the surface of the ocean and admire the human world. She will listen to drum beats. She will watch humans dance. She had that flair and liking for everything happening in the human world. So she would always come out. She would always come up, leave her base kingdom, and come up and admire them, their drum beats, their lifestyle, everything about them always caught her fancy. They were to her for adventure, something she loved, something she would behold, something she dreamed of being part of, something she envisaged herself being part of. She was always happy about anything about humans. But Queen Mabel, her mom, warned and emphasized this, that the mermaids and humans have nothing in common. And the mermaids and the humans have nothing in common because they only covet their coral palaces, and everything about their um everything about them, they only coveted that's coral, that their siren tear. That's the only thing humans wanted from them. So not like they liked them, not like they wanted to be around them, not like they wanted to be with them, but for anything they did, that was always their target. And that is why their kingdom is now located in a forbidden zone, in the sense that anybody that passes a particular threshold, that would leave a particular boundary that would lead to their kingdom, the forbidden zone, that person, that human, the ship, everything about them will capsize. And so nobody dared come near them, talk less of even having access to negotiate for the siren tears, that coral. So Queen Mabel warned that, and that is why they would anybody that did that, that person's fate was already sealed. But it did not deter Nerissa. Nerissa will still swim to the surface. She will still admire humans dance, humans sing, human artwork, everything about humans. She still swam to the surface just to behold the beauty. And then she will come back chatting and chanting. Even when they've looked for her at some point, they will still see her coming back from the surface because they always knew that she had a liking for it. So on one of the days, while Nerissa was swimming in their zone, she noticed a ship wreck. Obviously, the ship had sailed to the forbidden zone, and the ultimate fate befell that ship. But Nerissa did not say, okay, since they sailed here and defiantly, let them perish. She did not say that. She rather reached out for she saw a human fall into that sea. Obviously there might have been other people and those other people perished, but this particular person was the focus, and that's the person that she saw. If she had seen others, perhaps she would have saved them, but perhaps those other ones were not even lucky to be seen. It's part of what was discussed in my one of my stories. A child who wants to be carried has to raise his hand so that he is carried. You have to give yourself that level of visibility so that you'll be helped. And so um and so Nerissa reached out for this human who was drowning. She took him up to she saved him and then swam. She did not take him back to the shore or to a safe place. She rather took him to her secret place, a secret place she had for herself. And from there she could be with that human. And so when this human woke up and saw her and beheld her beauty, he marveled. He said, is this an angel? And it's believed that he fell in love with her, love at first sight. So they expressed their love. They were always in love. They were always happy and very, very happy with one another. And so on one fateful day, the human revealed to her that he had to go back to his kingdom. He was a prince in his kingdom, and he had to go back to his kingdom. Nerissa was heartbroken, and she wanted to do something that would make that human, if not stay, but at least remember her enough to come back. And so she gifted him with the siren tear. But unknown to her, his name was Prince Kel. So Prince Kel now hugged her, expressed his love for her, and then promised to come back. Told her that when she hears his ship, she should leave the forbidden zone. He couldn't imagine coming back to that forbidden zone because his life was saved just by a small thing. He would have died. So just come to the since you can swim past that forbidden zone. It's just that it is forbidden for us, just come to where it is not forbidden for us. You will see my sheep. I'll definitely come back for you. So Nerissa was happy. Nerissa obviously was counting down and looking forward to that. But unknown to her, Prince Kel um was a prince in the human land, and he was married to a woman, Queen Feti, in the human world. And Queen Feti was a very vain woman. Queen Feti had demanded on her birthday that he should get her the siren tears as her birthday gift. That was when he requested that whatever she wanted, he would give her. So she had requested for that, and he had pleaded with her, change your mind, my madam, for to request for the siren tears. Um, it's like placing a death sentence on me. You can't request for that siren tears. It's like placing a death sentence on me. It's located in the forbidden zone, but Queen Feti will not budge. And since he was in front of his people, he couldn't just eat his words. The king is not known for eating his words, and which she even reminded him, you cannot eat your words in front of your people, if not you will lose your respect. And if care is not taken, he would even lose the whole crown. And if he lost the crown, it meant he had lost it to his brothers, who were all also eager to have the throne. And that was what they were all looking forward to have the throne and all the rest. So but he wanted the crown at all costs, or he will die trying. So that's why he actually embarked on that mission. And on a platter, Nerissa had given him that siren tears, because Nerissa could have still saved him and then say bye bye. Then he will come back to the kingdom and narrate that, oh, I lost all my men, and tell them stories for stories that touch, you know. I lost all my men, I came back, be happy to for me that I came back. My coming back is even a testimony, just rejoice with me, things that people don't want to hear, because people actually rejoice with results and not with storytelling. So, and not with not my kind of story, not with um just negative stories that so they want results, they want to see results. So Prince Kel, Narissa had already now given him that siren tears on a platter. So when he returned, that further boosted his image, boosted his ego. People surrounded him. They were marveling at the siren tear. They were looking at it, the coral. It was shining. They had only seen it in books. They had only read about it. They had not seen it in real life, because nobody had crossed that forbidden zone alive, talk less of bringing it out, and now they could behold it. And then he told them about a maiden there that saved his life. But rather than them show gratitude, the king's men, they had praised him earlier on, claiming that his father was a brave man. Bravery runs in his family lineage. His father killed a lion with his two fingers. All those kind of exaggerations they had given, just to boost his ego and make him feel so much on top of the world, like more than an achiever. And so when he told them about the maiden who saved his life, they didn't even budge, like, okay, we have to make sacrifices and appease her or be grateful to her or show some gratitude. They rather were fixed. They had rather had their eyes fixed on the siren tear. And these people were, apart from wanting that, um Prince Kel also belonged to a people that hunted merfolks for centuries. They hunted mermaids and mermaids. They hunted merfolks generally. And so this was an opportunity for them. Oh, so you even have a merfolk, a mermaid that saved you. Let us also gather her also as part of our achievements. So that was what they sold to Prince Kel. That once you do that, we will seal the throne for you. Nobody can upturn the fact that you would inherit that throne. And so Prince Kel now went ahead. He didn't even give it a second thought that, okay, I already professed love to this girl, or even a sense of gratitude, even if he wasn't going to love her again, but at least to appreciate her and have that sense of gratitude. That wasn't kill for you. That wasn't kill for you. So on that said day, when Nerissa had always been looking out for, obviously, for her to have heard the sound of the sheep. She heard the sound of Kale's sheep, so she swam to the surface. She swam to the surface to that safe zone, which was far away from the forbidden zone. Of course, it had to be far away from the forbidden zone, because that was the safe zone for humans. They couldn't have been close to the forbidden zone and still call it a safe zone. So she swam far away from her kingdom to that safe zone. But instead of beholding Kel, her lover, her loved one, what surprised her was harpoons that were thrown at her, nets that were thrown at her, that held her tight, that held her deep down. And these were nets that were aimed at to capture her kind, since she was a fish, a big fish. So it was aimed at capturing her. Even some of it even cut through her tail, cut her in the body, but it captured her, and through sorcery they sealed her lips so much that she couldn't shout, she couldn't speak again. They sealed her lips in sorcery. And so these people sailed back and put her in a transparent vase water where they could see her and look at her like a sightseeing kind of thing. So people came around, watched, looked at her. Little children were looking at her like a small pet trapped in a crystal tank. And so when she saw Kill, she looked out. But Kill was not alone now. Kill was with his wife, Fetty, a very vain woman. And Kill did not come with the appearance of somebody who was in love or somebody who had even ever loved, Even if love ever existed, there is a way you might not even want to be part of that final nail that would hurt that person, even if you were doing it from afar. But to come out full chest and own that and own your actions was actually to the extreme. It was actually taking something else, taking it to another level. And so Kill came out with Fetty, and he didn't stop at that. He laughed at Nerissa. He mocked her. He called her a fish. He told her that does she think a human like him, a prince like him, will ever marry a fish? He scorned her in front of his people. And don't forget that this wasn't Nerissa's comfort zone. Nerissa had been taken away from her comfort zone. She was vulnerable. She was impressionable. She was in a tank. She was injured. Apart from being injured, she was heartbroken. And now, Kill did not even have mercy on her. Kill did not even consider what they shared. Kill did not even consider her sacrifice. Kill rather mocked her, calling her a fish and all the rest. And so in that pain, all the pain mustered together. Before I got there, so at some point when she was missing, Queen Mabel went to seek their colossal mother. Their colossal mother was an ancient sea charged with their security, and she dwelt deep down in the sea. And so Queen Mabel went to seek her to help her get her child. But the colossal mother dismissed her, saying that Nerissa was fond of going to the surface for reckless adventure. She will come back with tales of her reckless adventure. Just leave her. Leave her alone. If she's in danger, she knows that she's supposed to call the colossal mother. Every daughter of the sea knows that they should appeal and cry out and call the colossal mother. And once they do that, I will answer her. She's not in danger. If she's in danger, excuse me, she knows better than not to call on me. She knows that she has to call on me. And so I don't know why Medusa waited so much to call on the colossal mother. But if my thoughts are not wrong, please drop your thoughts also. I think it was due to the fact that she actually felt wanted she actually wanted she actually maybe had her hopes still high that Kill will come for her, Kill will be her guardian angel, Kill will save her, Kill will bring her out of this. Maybe she still had her hopes highly raised for Kill. Maybe that's why she didn't call on the colossal mother, because I expect that even while she was being trapped, that is what she would have done. So in that moment, after Kill scorned her, maybe she felt that was the last straw that broke the camel's back. She couldn't take it any longer. There was nothing living for. There was nothing hoping for again. So she called on the colossal mother. She cried, she prayed, and the colossal mother heard. The colossal mother was an ancient spirit, feared by all, with a voice that roared, with a deep voice. And so the colossal mother appeared. The tank the people there, the walls broke, the tank shattered, and Nerissa was set free. The crown that was about to be placed on Kale's head to pronounce him as king fell down, and Nerissa was set free. The colossal mother charged at people. The flood surged in. It was rage, rage from the sea. She asked them, "Who dares bind my daughter of the sea? How dare you bind the daughter of the colossal mother?" So she made them understand the impact of what they had done. But rather than she froze them, she made them statues and all that. But rather than take to that loss, Kale still tried to lunge and attack, and she laughed at him, said, "What do you come? What do you want to do? You want to charge at me? You want to fight the colossal mother? With what? What do you actually have that you use now to fight the colossal mother?" So it was something that she asked Kill because she couldn't imagine that he would even conceive it in his heart that he would even give any other fight. Now she thought it was actually a done deal, that maybe he would have surrendered, but Kill still came up. So he was disarmed, not naturally he couldn't have fought her. So at that point, when Nerissa was set free, her rage soared forward. Mystically, she reclaimed the siren tears. Her voice came back, and she was no more in love. Her eyes were now full of vengeance, and her eyes were now full of retaliation. So, so Prince Kel and was about perishing, and he reached out for Nerissa, pleading his cause to Nerissa to forgive him, and also proposing to her that he still loved her. Such deceit, just to have her save him again from the consequences of his actions. But this time around, Teresa was too angry to listen. She was full of fury. The palace crumbled, the walls, everything broke down, and that flood swept Cain and his wife and everybody out of that kingdom. Everybody drowned in that kingdom. Even the kingdom itself drowned. And this is what the fishermen will call the seabed. It actually kills kingdom. So this took us back to some maybe mythical tales. And then and Nerissa swam back to the sea with the siren tears. And so she now stays in the sea. She doesn't like anything about the surface again. They say once bitten, twice shy. It wasn't a case of now telling her, "My child, stay away now." No, when you keep holding a child back that do not touch fire, and you allow the child touch that fire, the child is going to run away from fire forever, or at least till maturity. It's not something you keep now holding and holding them back. So she had experienced for herself that the mermaids and humans have nothing in common, and so she dwelt in the palace in her kingdom of Talas and never came again for humans. So that was what we saw about her. And so that brings us to the end of the story for Nerissa. And so for Nerissa's story, how did I develop it? Because I said I would always take us through my secrets. So far you've watched this long. So for the videos, as usual, I used VEO3. For the images, I used Gemini. I used Gemini AI for the images. For the voiceover, I used 11 Labs. I used 11 Labs because I wanted to get that sea kind of feeling and all the rest. When you watch that video, or if you've watched it, if you've not watched it, I urge you to please go ahead and watch it and drop your comments about what you like. You will see that in the beginning you will hear some shimmering sounds of the sea and everything. So those are still all strategic to communicate these things to my viewers, so that you actually see and appreciate the sea life, what could go on, the mermaid tale. So these are just mermaid tales that and for some of those videos it took days to get them, because you have to generate, and some of those when you generate, some of those things don't come out as you want. And once you make 3 trials, 3 to 4 trials, Gemini is always very quick to stop you from continuing the continuing generation. So you just work with what they've provided you for that day. If you have more prompts, you have to take them the next day. So that is how I I develop my video. And for the key lessons here, um I don't know if you people were happy with what happened to Kill for the character, but I know that people always kick against betrayal or, and ingratitude, because those were the lessons highlighted in this story. Those were the lessons highlighted, and those were the things we saw Kill fall short of. He lacked gratitude. He lacked humility. He lacked being genuine. He lacked sincerity. He even lacked conscience, because if he had conscience, he wouldn't even stand to look Nerissa in front and mock her with Prince Fetty. With Princess Fetty. Princess Fetty was actually the one that led him into the predicament of being at the Forbidden Zone. But we see him come with the same object of deceit to mock the object of genuinity that had the object of genuineness that had saved him from sinking, that had saved his life. I don't know, but I think I expected something better from Kill than the attitude he displayed. But you please drop in the comment section what you feel about Kill, what you feel about his people who did not even deem it fit to even go show some appreciation for this prince, and even keep to their, rather gave him another bait that would just to secure their greed. So how would it look? How does it look having somebody's savior as a prisoner, really? I mean, that was very unfair. That was very bad. You could say Nerissa could have forgiven, but no, at that instant, she was not. It's not something you preach forgiveness for, because you're mocking somebody who saved you. You're mocking her entirety. You're mocking her existence. Locked apart from the fact that she was already locked up in a cage, um, in that torment and everything. So it's not something to look out for, it's not something to look up for. It's something that the character there Kill played was very disappointing and everything. So talking about the character of Queen Mabel was a stern queen, not stern, but somebody who a principled queen. So she communicated her principles to her children, warning them beforehand. And we also saw her assume that motherly role, the mother hen that ferociously guards her chicks. Because when she noticed that Nerissa wasn't back home, she escalated. But the colossal mother had her principles. If you don't call on her, she wasn't going to answer. She did not need an intermediary to be talked to. Since you had direct access to talk to her, you should be able to talk to her and get your results, and not go through a go between. You should talk to her directly and get your results. And that is what she projected by telling Queen Mabel that every daughter of the sea knows better than to just be quiet in the face of danger. When they are in danger, they reach out for her. They don't need a third party, they don't need an intermediary. And as soon as she hears their calls, she always answers. It's not a thing of, okay, let me procrastinate, let me wait till now. It's always instant. It's always an instant judgment. It's always an instant verdict. It's always an instant appearance. And for Fetty, her vanity had no bound to even shamelessly follow her husband to the crystal tank to mock at somebody who saved her husband from a predicament she pushed him into was very mean of her, really. So it's a mean kingdom, and I actually feel that they deserved their fate. They deserved what befell them. They deserved the fact that the ocean was consumed with the wrath of the colossal mother and the wrath of Derisa. I actually like that. But you can drop your comments on this comment in the comment section about the characters, about anything. I would always respond in our next journey tale. So that is that. So the next The next video I have here is The King Was Wrong, and it talks about it's about a king, and the title is about My Son Never Fails. So you can also go ahead and watch that video. It's very interesting video, you will like it. So it's talking about, it projects the Benin Kingdom. It has that Benin theme. So if you watch my stories, you will see a blend of cultures in that story, in my storytelling. So you're going to see a blend of cultures in my storytelling. So it's about a Benin king, and we see him um we see him fight anybody who actually scores his son low. So the first time his son, the name of the king was King Iyabo. So the first time his son Evosa was given a low grade, a juicy F, like he deserved to get, because he did not score well, he did not do well in that particular in that particular exam. King Iyamu stormed the school like a warrior. He stormed the school as if he wanted to fight. And who were you going to fight with there? Because when you are coming to a school, you are coming to teachers, you are coming to principal, you are coming to the students who are very vulnerable and impressionable. But it did not even deter King Iyamu. He expressed his wrath. He was so angry. We saw people even look out for escape routes, people even proposing relocation just to avoid that rot. And we even see that even um an animal, the goats, the school goats, seeing the fury, as if, this man, if he's going to use me for pepper soup, he's going to be a very fierce one. The school goat ran out even from the school compound. So that was the way we saw King Iyamo come. And why were they so scared of King Iyamo? King Iyamo was a well-revered man in the kingdom, very a king you didn't want to play with, a king you didn't want to joke with, because he was fierce. When they heard his name, they knelt to greet. When even his wife wanted Whenever his wife wanted to talk to him, his wife will go and pray before talking to him. His subjects will pray before talking to if he asks them a question, they will download everything they knew about that subject matter, both the ones he asked them and the ones he didn't ask them, just to make sure that they always avoided anything that would bring up his wrath, that will make him angry. Even the old people, the old men, elderly men with white beards, were very scared of Prince Iyamu. Sorry, we were very scared of King Iyamu. They dared not, he had created that fright in them because he was a very fierce king. And so that was the same thing he brought to school. And because of that, nobody dared give Prince Evosa his true score again. That's of a fat juicy F. So every report card became polished, even when he did not do well. They projected and presented that he did well, that he came first position, even in subjects, even in areas that weren't his core, that you will obviously know that this boy did not do. And he wasn't even particularly a bright student. We saw his mates describe him as a dull student. He cannot even spell his name. And so this was the fear that they had. And at some point, a white man came from United Kingdom with a scholarship proposal to the village. The village had 5 zones, so each zone was to present 2 candidates. I mean, the kingdom was part of a zone, sorry, and a zone of 5, and each zone was to present 2 candidates to represent them, and only one candidate was to travel out for the scholarship, while the remaining 2 would get a consolation gift prize. So as usual, the school did not even look at academic performance again in this case. They still went ahead to avoid King Iyamu's wrath. They presented his son as number one that should represent the school in a fierce competition such as that. This is a boy that had been established to not to be smart intellectually, not to be smart academically, sorry. And so, but he was given that he was he was made to do that. And secondly, what am I saying there? They will also give the second seat position now to the son of a farmer, that's in person of Omorui, so Osaze Omorui. So they gave him that chance to represent the school as the second person. So on hearing that, one a student also was not happy about it. His name was Efeosa. Efeosa had also represented the school in several competitions, and by rights, if everything was followed and by due process, Efeosa would have been the second to Osaze Iyamu, because Osaze Iyamu was very intelligent. But the king's son, sorry, Osaze Omori, I meant. But the king's son, Evosa, was not near being academically sound. But out of fear, he had already taken the place. But that didn't go down well with Efosa, and it didn't go without a protest. So on a bright day, Efosa walked into the principal's office and laid his complaint. He had represented the school on many occasions. So why wouldn't this just come naturally to him? Why was he being denied this opportunity? Why was this opportunity being given to? Why was this opportunity rather being given? Why was this opportunity rather being given to Evusa Iyamu, who couldn't even spell his name, who couldn't even perform at all in school, who already they knew their results. But the principal also had to put up an act. She shouted him down, screamed. The teachers, everybody came in. This was just intimidation tactics, as far as I'm concerned, because when you do that to a child, a student, it's and you are far above the person in terms of authority, in terms of even size, you kind of force that person to accept your opinion, to accept your thoughts. And that was what happened in this case, because we see Efosa immediately after this. Efosa went on his knees and ate his words. He apologized to the principal, apologized to the school, and said, okay, I actually made a mistake. Evosa, the king's son, is actually Albert Einstein of his time. So intelligent, so sound, so brilliant, and he can actually represent the school. And so we see here that that was that. So Efeosa was also silenced, as just as he left the king's just as he left the principal's office. But then, you know, when the king heard about his son representing the school, he was overjoyed. He didn't even consider the fact that it was all farce, and it was all built on a facade of fear for him, fear for what he could do, and all the rest. He did not even consider that. What was in his mind was, oh, my son has done me proud. So he organized a party. He organized a party where his son, where a buffet, everybody came, ate, and all the rest. People who heard that his son was going to contest, in order to seek his favor, they brought yams, they brought foodstuffs, they brought everything just to encourage the boy to read, so that his brain will be nourished. Even one man carried a whole cow on his back. Imagine carrying a cow just to show the king that, oh, I'm suffering so much because of love for you. If not, you could have as well dragged the cow on the floor. The cow is on the floor. You drag the cow there. Why carry? Why back a cow? I don't know. That's so, and that's also to show you what we have in our society, where some people do a lot of ass licking, do a lot of, they combine a lot of irregular activities just to get ends meet to what they actually want to achieve, and that's actually not the best. When you look at it, it's actually not the best, but then you see people actually do that, doesn't tell well which doesn't tell well at all. So that is that. Then we also see um instances. After that, we also see Osaze Yamu preparing in a hut, preparing for his exam. He was a son of a farmer, a very poor farmer. Many times he had no food in his stomach. He could just manage gari and sugar, and his belly was empty. But he still stayed up late, burning late night candles, trying to be his best, trying to excel in what he knew best, which was to read and come out tops. And his mother always encouraged him, telling him that one day that his brain will take him far. He should persevere. But Prince Evosa, on the other hand, in the palace, was feeding fat, as if feeding was all you needed to do when to pass an exam. So if I have an exam, I should just continue eating. When I enter exam hall, I will pass. That was what that was the feeling. That was the feeling this person had. That was the feeling he had, and so he he embarked on he went on with such feelings of eating. He kept eating himself to stupor. So after that, we see an instance where after that we now see the king still did not stop at that. The king still called a native doctor to fortify his son, and the native doctor did so, did some enchantments, did gave him an exam biro, a biro he claimed never, if once you use it, even if you don't read, whatever you write is here and email and we end you scores. Gave him an ointment to be rubbing, fetish things that are not in the books. So the day of the exam came. um Evosa was happy, flaunting his exam biro, his magical biro that had feathers all around it. They took the exam, and then came the final day, where when the scores of the exam had to be read out, had to be communicated to them. So this time around, it was now a case of, okay, let us hear our fate now. So the whole villages, the 5 zones gathered, each zone hoping that their own would win, or at least their own, or maybe the two of theirs will win. So the same thing also happened for King Iyamu's people. So they gathered there, everybody was there, and then came the person that will read the scores. And after reading the scores, some people climbed. There had been presentations, masquerade presentations, and things that you could see happen in festivals and all the rest. And so after everything, the person that should announce the scores, and the first place went to no other person but Osaze Omori. Osaze Omori came top. Everybody was happy. They were all happy, rejoicing and jubilating. The other two people came from another zone, but the focus was on Osaze and Evusa. Evusa never got even close to being the second or third. People even mocked that he was he even he was the 10th out of the 10 people that contested. So people even contested it. People even said that if there were more than 10, he would still be the last. So it was a case of 10 over 10. So they called on Osaze, the white man called on Osaze and handed him the scholarship certificate. And he was to do that in the presence of the king, because that was the rule. The winner will receive the gift in presence of his king as a mark of honor. So it was no other person that would escort these boys to, than it was no other person than King Iyamo himself. So that he felt so humiliated escorting another man's child to receive a gift that his child could not receive. It was very humiliating. It was a very humiliating experience for him. But then he didn't want to break the chains. It's something supposed to bring you of joy, except that he was very ambitious. So he escorted Osaze Yamo to get the gift, the certificate gift. After when they left, he felt very bad. He already realized that uh, he could not, that it's only hard work that can make somebody pass. So he sent for the native doctor. When the native doctor came, he was bundled into the palace. And so in that fit, he cried out to the king that, please forgive me. If I had told you otherwise, you would have killed me. I did everything I did just to secure my head, just to make sure that there's still head on my neck. Just forgive, please. Um, I just did that to save myself, to secure my head on my neck. And there's no such thing. Whatever anybody reaps, whatever anybody sows, the person will reap. So there's no such thing as a medicine for success. The only medicine for success is actual preparation. So, but the king did not roar at him, surprisingly, because he too had understood the dynamics that yes, true success is true success. You can't hide it. And it's not something that he could have influenced, because this wasn't even within his purview now to influence. So he learned his lesson the hard way. So when Osaze returned to the hut with his certificate, his parents rejoiced with him. His mother cried and rejoiced with him. And on the few days later, he packed his loads, bade the villagers, the village, and everything goodbye in pursuit of his future in the United Kingdom. So we wish Osaze Omori well. We hope that someday he comes back more a successful man, taking his family out of poverty and being that person in the society that should be reckoned with. And so for this particular story, for the video part, I used VEO3, still Gemini VEO3. Then I also used Gemini for the pictures. The voiceover was mine, and I brought everything together, and the editing was done with CapCut. So thank you. This is the end of my review for the stories so far that I have told. So in the next chapters, I'll be telling more stories to my, so you sit tight and don't forget to comment, like, and share this video. It's been very engaging. It's been an engaging moment. It's been a learning point. And like I said, and I keep saying, thank you. Thank you so much. There is no Sparks and Stories by Kawem without you. Thank you so much. Once again, please comment, like, subscribe, and share. Thank you. This was brought to you by Sparks and Stories by Kawem. My journey so far.